Hello, Quentin. Hello, hello. Sorry I'm late. We are, Tony and I are figuring some stuff out on Discord. Right as I was going live, we got a very vague message. Oh, what's this sound? I think one of my Chrome tabs is playing music or something, but that's all good. Right as I went live, we got a vague message from Steam saying some automated tests failed and we will need more time to review this. So we are figuring out if we want to like self-host the demo, or I mean maybe we can throw it on Epic Game Store or something. Let me message him real fast on that. But well, I'll do that in a sec. Welcome in, guys. We were just figuring some stuff out. Sorry I'm late. Welcome in, Admiral. Welcome in, Seven. Hope you're both doing well. Good to see you. We submitted our demo to Steam last week after the stream. They say to expect a response in 3 to 5 business days. We are still waiting for a response. But hopefully people will be able to play it soon. If not very soon, we will figure out a different way to get you guys ready to play it. There are other game stores we can self-host. We can do whatever we need. You can call me Quentin. Cool. I had a friend in high school named Quentin. I like the name. I don't know if I've been calling you Admiral. I just read the name. But Quentin is good. Thanks for letting me know. An itch page for the demo. I think it's too big for the itch page. It's about 5 gig, I think, last time I checked. Although, yeah, you're right. We can just upload it to itch and you can download it. Let me message him real fast. He's in crisis mode. We're trying to figure it out. But we're mostly just waiting for info. Another thing we can do is upload the build to itch or Epic Games or something that also supports. Let me read all his messages real fast. But we are doing good. Cool. Yeah. So, we're bug fixing. We did a lot. I did a little bit more polish after the stream, but after the stream last week, but still submitted it. So that's exciting. I'm excited to get it on Steam. We did all the assets and stuff for like the banner that shows up in your Steam window. Whenever I hover over Chrome, I get very loud music in my ears. I need to figure out why that is the case. Hold on. It's got to be like a Steam page or something that's open. We're a little scattered today. We're just bug fixing. We're hanging out. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. But it also shows up when I hover over OBS. What the heck is this? I hope you guys don't hear that, actually. It's very loud. I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from. I don't even have that many things open. Huh. Well, it's gone now. Whatever it was, it finished. Yeah. How are you guys doing? How was your weekend? How's your January going? Explain something. Explain the errors. I'm interested, and it's sort of prep for my career. Which errors are you talking about? The errors that we're going to work on fixing in the code? What is the... Where the... Alright, give me 1 sec. We have extremely loud... Oh, I saw it for a second. It was there. Um, so many issues. Hold the phone. Super Fantasy Kingdom. I found you. There you are. All right, that's what was playing. All right, we freaking found it. Let's get out of here. Let's oh, it wasn't even on this workspace. Okay. Chaos today. It's been a certain few kind of days for me. Yes, I was thinking of you, Hope. Hope you're doing all right. And we'll do better. I've been doing all right too. Yesterday was very much a laze around, play some video games, find the joy day. So today we're back in the code. We're gonna figure out some stuff, and I can get right into explaining some errors. There's one big one that we're gonna hunt down today. What we will do is we're gonna go ahead and attach our Visual Studio to Unity while we play for a bit, see if we can replicate the error, because it's not really one that I'm comfortable just jumping into and figuring out. It's been a nasty one for a while, and we need to like figure out what the deal is. But we've got our breakpoints set on it in Visual Studio, so if that error happens, it'll dump us over to Visual Studio and we can inspect some code, and we can fix that. But maybe the first thing to do is we'll jump in, we'll play a little bit. It's all set up for the demo, and then hopefully we can get that error. If not, we'll find other errors, and I'm happy to explain them. It's exciting. You're going into a career of game dev as well, so happy to explain anything and everything. But let's just jump on in. Let's play a little bit, see if we can get some errors. You're gonna watch me and wake up 4 hours later and having a test at school. Dang. That sounds like a hard couple days. But I appreciate you being here. Thanks for watching. Hopefully I can explain some errors and do some things that makes it worth watching. And then you can get some sleep. Good luck on your test. We'll jump into this while that loads. Let me catch up on chat over here. I rushed to post some socials and stuff, and I think I posted on Discord. Oh, I didn't. Maybe that's why the chat was so quiet. Let me just say game stream. We're bug fixing and hanging out in Twitch for this week's game dev stream over at here. All right, maybe we'll get some friends in the chat. I know everybody was excited to play the demo this week. I was also excited to share it off. Sorry we don't have the demo ready yet. We're just waiting on Steam, but we're learning the process. I guess, I mean, if you're going into game dev, Quentin, one thing that might be nice to explain is like the process for submitting to Steam if you're interested. I learned a couple weeks ago also that there's a website called IGDB, which is where Twitch sources all their information. So if you submit your game to that website, igbdu.com, I believe it is, then you can upload all the cover art and assets and stuff there, and then it shows up on Twitch. So that's how you get your game on Twitch instead of like having to submit it to Twitch itself. Very cool little insight to know. There's actually a Elixir Emporium category on Twitch now for us. But let's go ahead and just run around, craft some stuff. We still have this nasty bug on the shaders. Haven't been in to test that. But the bug we're looking for happens when we are crafting new items or smithing new items, like creating new items. And what happens is we have these affixes on items. So they're The item structure, if you think about it, at the very high level, it's got a name, it's got an item type, it's got description, etc. It also has a list of traits. So, like move speed, move speed isn't a trait itself. It has a list of like item attributes, and those attributes are +1 move speed. It's like these parts, and so it has a list of these. So an item might have +1 move speed, +1 health, +1 mana, whatever. And we generate all the parts of this item in a chain of generations where we generate the name, and then based on the name, we generate the description. Based on the name and the description, we generate the item type. Based on all that, we generate the attributes, etc., etc. There's one piece of that chain where we're generating these traits, where the LLM is generating things that are either slightly formatted wrong. So we have like move speed here with no space. It'll generate it with a space, or maybe it'll call it movement speed or something like that. So when we are deserializing that into game data, it doesn't map directly to the enum that we've set up of these possible trait values. That's where our error is. That's what we need to figure out. Like, we need to be able to just like drop those invalid ones, or maybe map them to the correct one. We're trying to get that to happen, where it's going to generate an item with a trait that we haven't coded in something to handle. So we'll craft some stuff. We will just make it happen, as it were. We still have the chat server up, so we'll see a lot of discoveries. Again, I'm going to reset all these discoveries when the demo is launched, so you'll be able to discover all this. But I just added it in. You can change your name now. So we'll say Patrick MVP. And now our name is Patrick MVP. Speaking of, welcome on in, Patrick. We are bug fixing. We are waiting for Steam, and we are bug fixing. So I'm gonna take some tools. You know what? We'll craft some new tools. Let's do scissors and flint, just so we've got like new tools to go harvest some stuff with. Yeah, I'm in the game. Woot! Hell yeah! Welcome on in. Ooh, fire starter shears. All right, that sounds pretty cool. Let's do chisel and flint as well. See what we get. Patrick, you're discovering all these things. We got a flint chisel. Sure. All right, let's just go harvest some random stuff. We'll get a collection of things. The bug we're hunting down can happen while harvesting as well. It's less likely to happen while harvesting because it, I think, is a result of passing in items that have attributes. So like when you're combining multiple items that have attributes, I wonder if we are not sanitizing those attributes correctly and passing them through to the LLM. So it's thinking like, oh, here's some attributes that I haven't seen before. I'm allowed to make up my own attributes, aren't I? And it's making up its own attributes, which is causing the error there. So we're just going to take a sec and harvest a bunch of stuff. And then we'll do a bunch of crafting. While we are harvesting, I'm going to go ahead and catch up on chat, catch up on Discord. I got a couple people messaging me about the Steam stuff. So we'll research, we'll harvest. One sec. What can I say? I keep my eyes and ears peeled for new discoveries all the time. That's what you got to do. You're discovering all these things, Patrick. What a star. You know what, 7? This is why we love having you around. All right, we're getting a lot of good stuff. I guess we can harvest from the ground as well. But yeah, the message we got from Steam was a very, very vague one. Just some automated tests failed, and they need to be human reviewed. So we are waiting to hear back from them on what that means. However, it will be a little bit longer. We are going to be bug fixing in the meantime, and we are considering self-hosting the demo. I don't know what you guys think about that, but basically you'd just download it yourself instead of off of Steam. I don't know if that sounds like something you would want to do. We wouldn't have any sort of like updating stuff like what Steam gives you, like when we fix bugs. What we would probably do is just put out a quick little demo right now that you could download, and then whenever Steam is sorted out, then we'll fix all these bugs and put the new version on Steam, so then you can get it then. But I just want people to be able to try it now, and we told people it'd be around, so let me know if that is something that you guys would be into. It's okay if you're not, like, if you want to just wait for Steam, that's cool. But depending on how long they take, we might put the game somewhere else for you to just download. All right, we've got a bunch of items. We've got a bunch of pretty cool images, actually. So we're going to go ahead and none of these have attributes. We can just wildly start combining things. I'm going to start pulling out some of the things that have attributes. We're going to just see if we can get attributes on everything that we craft, really. So maybe we can get that bug to happen. But let's combine some charred pine needles, some, you know what, let's do like burning moss fragments, something there. Let's see. For multiplayer stuff, we need a server. Yes, we actually do have a server already set up for the back end of this. We actually have 2 servers. We have one for the API, like all the AI stuff that we do. That is our public-facing API server, and actually anybody else who is making games can go sign up for an account and use that API to add AI to their own games. I'll link that in the chat real fast. And we start you off with some free credits and all that cool stuff. But we also built a quick little server just for the chat. So the chat server is super, super simple. All that it does is receive messages and then store them. And then we have like an ID on each message. And each client tracks the last ID, or the ID of the last message that they saw. So periodically each client will just make a call to that server saying, hey, give me all the messages that have been created since ID 52. And they'll get back all the messages. It happens like multiple times a second, so it's not like a lot of messages. But they'll get like 53, 54, 55 IDs, and then they can display them in chat, and then they store like, all right, we saw ID 55 last. Next time we'll request all messages since then. So very simple, very small server, so it's not expensive at all. The AI server is pretty expensive, but we kind of need it. So I'm doing 5 things at once right now. So let me craft some things. We'll catch up on some chat things. Can you make an installer for it? Yeah, I feel like we should be able to. I haven't made like a Windows installer before. Because right now Unity just builds to like, you have your executable and then you have a folder full of DLLs. I think there's ooh, that's pretty cool. I think there's a build setting to let you build as a server, which like puts everything in one executable, I think. So if that's the case, we might not need an installer at all. We're getting some crazy items, actually. If that's the case, we might not need an installer at all. Like we could put everything in one executable. But I don't know much about that, so we just need to research that, I guess. And we got this message like right as I was preparing for stream, so I haven't looked into it, and that's why I'm a little scatterbrained. But still no errors on crafting, which is a good sign. Like, I mean, I did do some things last week that I think might fix this. I don't think that they actually did, so it would be nice if it just worked. But ooh, that's pretty cool. A Scorched Lavendream Amulet. Combines heat resistance and a pleasant aroma. Grants the wearer a resistance to fire and a calming scent. Interesting. Let's make a couple of those. We'll do some stuff with them. We are right now just crafting all of our basic items to make items that have some affixes. Magma infused stone. That seems like it'd be useful. So maybe we take some empty vials. Let's take our burning moss fragments, see what we get there. Of course, I want to download soon. That would be great. Yeah. I mean, I got a little bit sidetracked on chat. I asked if you guys would be open to downloading it, so I appreciate the response. We'll probably make it so you can just download it. We want to figure out the best way to let you just download it instead of having to go through a bunch of hoops. But yeah, depending on how long Steam takes, that's probably the route we'll go. Let's see here. That would be awesome. Almost wonder if we should just make it available for download today. Then at least won't be waiting on Steam anymore. Yeah, perhaps so. I think Quentin mentioned earlier we can upload the build to itch. It's too big to play in your browser, but itch does. We can have like a landing page for the game. We can upload screenshots. We can use their distribution like servers for handling the downloads and stuff. So that might work out pretty well. We could also, we probably should also be submitting it to like Epic Game Stores and other game stores. Let's see. If we did a WebGL build, we can make it playable online. I think it's too big for WebGL. Itch might let us upload something that's 5 gig, but we probably don't want a user sitting in their browser downloading 5 gig over like through their browser to play in memory. But maybe. Quentin, how much is the game going to cost? We don't know yet. But I will say it'll probably be like a full priced game. We don't want to go down the route of like a cheap game with a subscription or like ongoing cost to the players. So we just want to make like a really good game that you pay for once and you can play. So it'll probably be like, I don't know, it could be like Stardew Valley's like $20 and it's so much fun and worth it. It's probably somewhere between like 20 and 60. But we got to talk about all that and figure all that out. And it'd probably be a little bit further on down the line when we like know how the final game is looking. But the goal is just to make a fun game that you pay for once. So it'll probably be priced accordingly. Let's see. We are still just crafting away, discovering so many things. Look at this Patrick guy just destroying the discovery queue. Just let us come over to your house to play it on your computer. You know what? Come on over. Y'all can come on over here and play it on my computer. It's right here. Like, that's really easy, right? That's like me. I think I'm going to try using itch when I get to play test territory. I think itch will work really well for yours, Patrick, if you can fit it on itch. I love playing like the 2D games on itch, especially games where you can just like jump in and start playing. I don't know how well it'll work for like RPG, and I know itch has some weirdities of like saving, like the permissions on how you can persist stuff to disk or not. But would love to play. Would love to play. LAN party at my house, heck yeah. We could also all go to a LAN party at Patrick's house. I can bring my computer. I can invite a couple thousand people to Patrick's house, right? Is that how we want to roll with this? Ember-bound leather pouch. All right, we're getting some cool items. Like, I feel like it's promising that I can kind of just mindlessly combine stuff, and we are not only leveling up skills and like discovering things, but we're also making some cool items that like I would go through and see what all we got later. If I weren't on stream, I would be paying a lot more attention to these items and like doing things a lot more specifically. I did just see a small bug there, I'm pretty sure. So what happens with the chat is we don't want the chat to last forever. Like each of these messages is actually quite large because all the like item data is encoded in the tag and all that. So we don't want thousands and thousands of messages as everyone is playing. What we do is every time we get a new message, we just truncate the history to the last like maybe 100 messages or so. I forget the exact number. But you'll see we are now at that limit. So when I start combining things and it adds messages, it kind of like scrolled upward because like the previous messages were longer or shorter than others. Yeah, it's doing some weird stuff there. Like recalculating where the end is. So we should sort that out, but it's not a big deal quite yet. I'm worried about it maybe being too large, so it may have to be one to download. Yeah, that's unfortunate about like this game started out as a really fun itch build, I think, and then turned into this massive 3D world. So it was really fun to be on itch, but it's unfortunate that there's no like next level for itch where like you can still do the big games in your browser. I feel like once it gets to a certain point, you're just kind of stuck and you have to, yeah, that'll get pretty annoying pretty fast, actually, if everyone were talking. Like big games, it's unfortunately you have to download them all, is all. All right, so we actually have a lot of cool like materials, so maybe we can bring those to like the workstations in town also. Well, let's just craft a few more. We've got an infernal obsidian core and maybe some scrap leather. And then we'll hand off a tool to this guy so he'll let us into town. Ooh, some equipment. Okay, so we haven't hit the error yet, which is nice. Let's do like carved stone and scrap leather. Let's see what we get. Basically just kind of stress testing the crafting. See if we can break it. Carved leather amulet. All right, let's see if we can give that some like stats. Let's combine it with some bread. Sure. And then, you know what? We'll be here for a while. We can go ahead and take our shears, make a new, I like our bread amulet. We'll make a new tool, hopefully. We'll go harvest a little bit with that. We'll make this into a new tool as well, and then we'll go ahead and head on in and do some crafting on the workstations as well. See if we can cause some bugs. So we crafted blazing shears, which give crafting XP, give fire damage, and we got a blazing chisel, similarly fire damage and crafting XP. So we'll go around. Those are new tools, so everything's going to have new recipes. And then we'll go inside. But just want to grab a few more items is all. From itch, you can also compress files for other people to download instead of playing it via web. Yeah. We'll definitely want to do that for sure. We will zip it all up and let you download it. So you don't need to download the full 5 gig, just unzip it. We've unlocked pants. We can now craft pants at the loom. So that's fun. I guess leveling up our crafting lets us unlock more and more recipes. We get them all at level 14 in this demo. We could put 1,000 people in my tiny apartment. I believe it. We probably can all meet there. Yeah, I'll say we can all just meet at Patrick's apartment. That's all good, right? Let pirate software go wild on it and breaks the game in 10 minutes without hacking, but just messing. I expect most people to break the game, but that's kind of what the demo is for. I'm excited to see you guys break the game. I can't be the only one breaking the game. But at this point, all of the ways that I break the game, I've mostly patched up. So I need to be able to see what you guys do to break the game in order to fix those. In this game, it's a little unclear what breaking the game means. Yeah, that's a good point too. Like, in a lot of games, the breaking the game means like getting some OP item and like trivializing the game, which I guess by nature of our game loop right now, you're giving items. So even if you find like a item that kind of trivializes everything, you'll be using that item, like consuming it when you give it to an NPC. So you'll need to have that sort of loop to make more and more of it. So yeah, I want to see what you guys do to break the game, other than literally just like running over there and jumping off the world. That would be nice. I should probably put a berry over there. I just realized. All right. You're welcome, everyone, for the pants. Of course. We'll craft some pants in a little bit. We are just getting more materials to craft with. Do you have a specific format for how you want bug reports sent in? That's a good question. Tony, I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but probably just mentioning it on Discord is probably the best bet. We just created a new channel. Let's see what it is. We've got this Elixir Emporium forum channel, which is a forum channel, I guess. I've never used one of these before, but I feel like it might be a good way to like open a thread there for each bug. And then we can kind of talk through it. I'm sure some things I'll need you to be able to, I'll need some help to understand what you were doing in order to replicate things. This guy needs a tool. We're going to give him some blazing, you know what, we'll give him our blazing chisel. And, wow, it solved it. Wow, the gate's opening. Easiest quest in the game. We made these buttons so hilariously big because, we want you to know that there are other buttons there. They were so small before. But I guess we could just buy our item back here. Maybe we should have them consume that item when they use it. Think about that. Put a wall with a rigid body or a box collider. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Maybe I'll just do that whenever we exit out of this. But we've collected so many items. At this point, we gotta go crafting. I'm just keeping an eye on the arrow log because we're here to cause some ruckus. We want to cause an error. So let's go check out the anvil. Maybe we can craft some stuff there. All of the different ways to craft items all go through the same like item creation pipeline. So the bug is in that pipeline, and we need to just trigger it however we can. What do I think of Trump being president again? Whew boy. Maybe let's avoid politics in the chat. But I will just say that I do not like it, and I'm not excited for the next 4 years. And we'll leave it at that. I think there's a lot that I can go into there. But yeah, we'll stick to some game dev here. Let's go ahead and craft some items. So we have smithing, which we haven't leveled up at all. So we only have some recipes. We'll go ahead and you know what? There's also potentially a bug around buckets. It feels like buckets always make helmets. And I'm not sure if it's because we have a bucket that's like, is it a cursed button that used to say helmet or something and I forgot to unlink it somewhere? But let's just make a couple like things that should make a regular button or a regular bucket. Molten rock shards. Can we get a bucket of molten rocks maybe? Or like a molten rock bucket? Okay, we do get a rock bucket, sure. So let's just craft a few things, I suppose. Molten rock nails, molten rock arrow tip, molten rock needle. Sorry. No worries. No worries. It's Just probably more fun to talk about more fun things. So we got some weapons. Cool, cool, cool. They craft fine. They didn't have affixes though, so we still have more that we can do. Let's go ahead and let's go over to the furnace maybe. We can take our molten needle, melt that down onto our blazing shears. See if we can get some more affixes on this guy. We got molten blazing shears. Okay, and it turned it into a weapon. Sure, sure, sure. Let's go ahead and keep that, and then let's bring in a scorched runestone shard. Give it some magic, maybe. And I actually haven't used the furnace too much, so there might be other areas that we can find in here. Let's see what we got here. Oh, okay, so it kept the same item. Sometimes it does that, which I think is fine for now. Let's do a pile of ash on it as well. Did you say you were planning on you putting custom-made stations, or did you all finish that? We are planning on it. We are kind of waiting on the tech for text to 3D models to work. But I guess we could just build it with like some generic workstation model. But we haven't built it yet, is what I'm saying. It's on our like to-do list for after the demo. It's like one of the more, we want to do like a building system. We want to get some production pipelines going on so you can kind of create your own process of creating things in the world. We haven't done that yet, but we will. Use the rock bucket to make a rock lobster. Can we make a rock lobster from our rock bucket? Maybe if we go to the water, but I think the water I've disabled because we basically need real water instead of just a plain. Don't think we can harvest from this because there's no center point that we can access on this. So when we get like an asset that has proper water on it, you know what? Maybe I can. Okay, yeah, you can do it with the right click. We are going to drown. Let's see if we can get a rock lobster here, maybe. Oh, interesting. There's a bug. We probably got that from... something in the right-click menu, maybe? Oh, and now it's gone. Oh, it's probably just all showing up because this was the river. Right, we're right. We got warm river rocks, but we'll work on the lobster in a bit. Let's do some crafting at the loom to put our crafting levels to work. Thanks, Patrick. It was a long boy in the background. Was that the blacksmith? He's a very tall guy. His personality that we wrote for him was that he's just like a really large guy who loves singing. And he sings while he works. So that'll factor in later when we do like audio generation and stuff as part of their brains when they're deciding what to do. But it also factors in now of like all of his quests are related to his voice effectively, which is kind of fun. Talking about the kitty behind you. Oh, yeah. Dimitri's back there. I see. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just threw one of my jackets on there because he loves when I leave clothes out. I figured I can lure him in there. And he crawled up right before stream started, so it worked out well. Hello, Father Aldrich. Alright, let's go back to that loom. One other thing that Tony's going to work on is some controller inputs for this game. I think we'll probably also do like WASD controls, but right now it's all keyboard and mouse. We got a lot of Wait. All right, we've got some bugs to fix there. But clicking around is sometimes pretty inconvenient with like the trees and stuff. So we're going to play around with some other input controls as well. How many hours do you think you already spent on making this game? That is a good question. It's probably been like over a year of working on it full time every day. So 1,000 hours, at least 6. But maybe like we kind of need Steam shows how. Don't look at that number. Steam shows how many hours you've played games. It would be great if Unity showed how many hours you had worked on each project. That would be cool. But it's probably a lot. Too many to think about. Let's go ahead and let's start our list of things to do. So the loom has missing items. Item recipes for thread, ribbon, mask, and socks, because they're just showing that default item instead of the actual item name. We probably created those items, but we probably didn't add them to the item database, so we can just do that. Don't look at that number. More than 8,000 hours on Dota. Yes. I've been playing it for like over a decade. I'm just now doing my ranked calibration matches. So I've been doing them like last weekend and the weekend before, and they're going a lot better. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the ranks, but you know what? We're just vibing today. Let's do this. Not gonna load up Dota, but I will get the ranks for reference. Where'd you go? There we go. So don't worry about these ranks down here. These are basically like the pros, but these are the general ranks for Dota, and I have always lived like here. I even created a new account once, like many years ago, because I was like, I'm stuck in this rank. I'm going to create a new account and I'm going to play the 100 games until you can start in ranked, and then I'll do my ranked matches. And I ranked to the exact same spot that I was at on my main account, which is like lower level of this. I originally started like really high here, and I grinded all the way through to like the very bottom of Archon. This is the best, of course, if it wasn't clear. Worst to best. But my current ranked matches, everyone is like between Legend and Ancient. So I'm on my way up. I still have like probably 10 or 15 more calibration matches to do, but I've won all but one so far, so I'm climbing. We are on our way up. I have a couple thousand hours in Destiny, so I get it. I played Destiny a good amount on Stadia, but when Stadia went down, I didn't want to get re-addicted and buy it on another platform, so I was saved in that way. Over a decade, he says, even though the 8,000 hours was over the last 2 weeks. Oof. I wish there were 8,000 hours in 2 weeks. You know what? We've got some scorched oak leaves. That would make a sick hat. Let's see if we can make that. One other thing I guess we could add is like a loading thing on workstations. I've been meaning to do that, but I haven't got around to it. So if we run out of stuff on stream, we can do. Let's also make some scorched oak leaves string, I guess. And I guess it doesn't really matter what we make. We're just trying to get errors here. And we have these errors for the error that we have jotted down already. But we really want the nasty error, the big boy, the one we're hunting for. So I'm just going to throw in a bunch of stuff. We're going to be crafting in our alchemy as well. We'll just keep things going. Oh, would you look at that? Son of a gun. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. There it is. Fire resist. the AI generated an item with fire resist as a stat on it, but our actual stat, I believe, is called fire resistance. So we did it. Everything works. Perfect. End of stream. No, I'm kidding. We will work back from here. But before I put my brain in this, let's see all these big numbers in chat. 40-hour weeks wouldn't feel so bad if there were 8,000 hours in 2 weeks. I wish there were 8,000 hours in 2 weeks. Wouldn't mind working 40 hours, maybe even 80 hours. Who knows? I mean, I spend all my time working on games anyway, so I need to tell myself to stop working on games pretty often. So more hours would be great. You have 400 hours on Rainbow Six, 455 on Farm Sim 22, 200 on Satisfactory, and just started playing SnowRunner and Eve. Dang, that's quite the spread. Rainbow Six to Farm Sim 22. It's impressive though. I haven't played much Rainbow Six at all. I used to play a lot of like Call of Duty on console, but I'm an Overwatch guy on PC. I'm bad at it, but I play it. And I'm sure I've got some other big numbers, but none nearly as large as... oh no, I didn't mean to open Dota. I meant to open Steam. All right. We're good here. I think I have a lot in Terraria. That's probably my second highest. Oh no, Dota's opening on another monitor. Hold on. We are recovering. I mean, or just play a game of Dota and stream real fast. No, I'll close it. All right, whatever this is, let's get rid of this. Let's see here. Let's see. Steam is what I wanted to open, and that is apparently what the black box was. So we kill that. Exit. Sure. And then we reopen it. And I almost just reflexively typed Dota again because that's how my brain works. I just realized I don't have music in my ears. I paused the music when we had those Steam pages in the background. So let me resume that. Sorry about the awkward silence there. I just want to show off my Terraria number. It's probably not even that big. I guess almost 200 hours in Kenshi is a good one. Terraria, I've got 350 in base Terraria. And then in Tmod Loader, which is playing with mods, I have another 160. So like almost 500 hours in Terraria. And then RimWorld. Ah, yes. RimWorld might be my number 2. We got 800 hours in RimWorld. Great game. Would recommend. Solid games. All of these also minus Kenshi. If anybody wants to play, has played, loves playing, is addicted to playing, we could probably set up some like Chroma Golem server and play together if people wanted to play Terraria or not RimWorld, I guess, because that's not multiplayer. Valheim, Pal World, been playing a lot of that. But yeah, that's had to show off my numbers real fast. 7 hit, 1999 hours in Warframe. After Warframe 1999 came out, that's impressive. I'm glad we can't see my LOL or WoW hours. Yeah, I'm glad I can't see my Diablo hours as well. I played Diablo 1 for like 5 years to 10 years. Diablo 2 for at least 10 years, maybe 15 years. Diablo 3 probably like 5 years maybe. And Diablo 4 even less than that. But Diablo 1 and 2, I got some big hours in that. I think I get into different types of games like that too. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the games that I play are very like strategy or simulation. But occasionally I'll get into something weird like a racing game or like, I mean, I love RPGs as well, but they're always fun to dip your toes and see like other genres. The only one you listed that I've played, Quentin, is Eve, but I have like 20 hours. Eve is crazy. There's a few games out there, like World of Warcraft is the go-to of like, I've never actually played World of Warcraft because I know that I would get addicted to it. Eve is in a similar boat. Oh yeah, I guess RuneScape is one where I did very much get addicted to and probably also have thousands and thousands of hours. Fun fact, when I was a kid, I very, very rarely paid for membership on RuneScape, but I would spend 3 or 4 months with a binder where I'd print out all the quests and maps and things, and then I would form a 1 month long plan of everything that I would do in a month in members. So I was ready. And then I would buy 1 month of membership, get everything done, and then go back to free to play for like 3 months to plan for the next one. It was good times. Good times. You know what? Maybe we'll get a Dota stream another day. Maybe not today, but it's a fun game. I don't know if people would enjoy watching it, especially because I'm not very good at it. But I do have a good time, and I troll both my teammates and the enemy team. So win or lose, we win. Fun part of being 15 and not have to worry about anything except tests. Yes. You know, that's that RuneScape life. This is how you clocked in 8,000 hours. Your PC just likes to randomly open it. I'll believe that. You know, there are probably a good amount of hours in it that I just like left it on overnight or something. So surely I've only played like 6 hours. Surely the rest of it is just leaving it on, surely. Let's see. Minecraft, yeah, that's another big one that I have a lot of hours in. Not nearly as much as Terraria, though. Terraria was really fun when we played. I agree. We had a lot of people join that server, actually. We had a lot of people join our Factorio server, too, but we played Terraria with Tony and other people from the server once. And a lot of people joined in. Tony had never played before. I was just trolling everyone because I knew about like traps and enemies and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, go over there. Open that chest. Don't worry about it. It was a good time. We should do it again sometime. Ooh, and also Core Keeper, which almost opened by typing Core Keeper. But Core Keeper is another one that I have only just briefly started, but is like a top-down Terraria almost. Would love to play that on a server with people if anybody's interested. Very fun game. All right. I'm avoiding the bug, but that's fine. I've got a friend who's played a lot of RimWorld and told me their crazy stories. Yes, RimWorld is absolutely bonkers. Like, it's the developer actually calls it a story generator. We are actually going to take influence from a lot of the like event system that RimWorld does. They have like a behind the scenes AI director effectively that is tracking things like your tension level. Like if you get raided, the action level goes up. But if you haven't been raided in a while, your action level goes down. If you are just like farming and building stuff, the action level follows. And so it's always like the difficulty you choose dictates both the average action level and also like how the frequency, the amplitude, not amplitude, whatever the term is for like if your action level goes up and down like this, it also determines the distance between each peak effectively. So like a hard action or a hard difficulty, you'll have really high and really low peaks and they'll be constantly back and forth. But easy is a very like slow curve, so you can see the difficulty ramping up. It's a really interesting way that they target this difficulty, and then they spawn in events to force that difficulty to happen in certain ways. So like a good example of a specific thing they track is the number of people in your colony. So they want you to target, like, at this difficulty, you should have 6 people in your colony. And if you have 7 or 8 or more, they will send in difficult raids that are intending to, like, kill someone in your colony. And it ramps up the difficulty. But if you survive, they will just keep doing that, like, worse and worse and worse to try and get you back to that colony level. But if you have fewer people, like if one of those raids kills more people than they expect, some of the next events will be like somebody just fell out of the sky, and if you can heal them, they'll join your colony. So it's a very like self-correcting thing that they do to kind of guide the player experience versus just like setting up a bunch of systems and letting the player exist within them. So I think there's some cool stuff to learn in there that we'll probably play around with, especially when you bring in more like advanced AI in making those decisions. I think that'd be really cool. No, your brother would play with us too. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Kenshi is not multiplayer. Kenshi is single player, but always love playing Kenshi. Maybe on another stream I'll play it. I think I played it one stream once, and it's pretty brutal at the start. It is a game where I will play like probably 10 plus starts before I finally get out of the starting zone without dying. And there's no like restart. If you die, you die. So it's pretty brutal at the start. I see that message real fast, 7. Gotta go, but you'll be back. Good luck. Have fun. I'll see you soon. Let's see. I feel like I scrolled up pretty far. Core Keeper does look very fun. Awesome. Yeah, maybe we'll set up something like that. Maybe after all this demo shenanigans are out of the way and you all have already played our demo, then we can play some other games together. That'd be fun. I bought Satisfactory in early access for €15 now that it's 40. But if you bought it, I think you couldn't stop playing. It's so addicting. I thought about buying Satisfactory for so long. I wonder if no, I didn't. But I did play a lot of Factorio. About 160 hours, which is a little bit misleading because I would say I don't like Factorio. Oh my goodness. All right. Hi Sundown. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. I just realized I haven't been raided in so long, like probably 6+ months. I don't have anything set up to show off or to like say hello, but hello raiders. Let me shout out Sundown. For people who aren't familiar with Sundown, he is a amazing pixel artist building a cool platformer, has a lot of dinosaurs, has a lot of explosions. I actually have it here. This is my time to shine. I have his demo right here. Unfortunately, I haven't played it yet. I've been meaning to play it on stream, but I actually wanted to tell you when I would be playing it so you could watch. But yeah, go check out Sundown. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. We are working on a game called Elixir Emporium. We built originally a 2D demo that lets you craft any item into anything you want. Craft 2 items into anything you want. There's a lot of other cool systems, like you can use any item on any object in the game. We're generating a bunch of game data as you play. And there's NPCs you can talk to. There's quests. There's all the good RPG stuff. There's equipment. There's stats. There's skills to level up. Lots of cool stuff. We're in the middle of fixing some bugs that we finally replicated. I might even continue this now and show off the game real fast, even though we just got it to replicate, but I'd love to show it off. Let me go ahead and link the Steam page for anybody who wants to see it. We actually just submitted our demo to Steam last week. We are still waiting to hear back from them for the approval so people can play it. But if we're waiting much longer, I might just self-host it somewhere. So hopefully there'll be a demo in people's hands soon to see. While we've got the people here, let me go ahead and just continue this. We've got a whole bunch of stuff in our item or in our inventory, but let me show you around. In this game, you play as an alchemist. Let me catch up to chat real fast. You play as an alchemist. You are traveling to this new town. There's a whole world out there to explore. You've just arrived in this town, so you're going to start by meeting all the NPCs in town. They each have their own personalities. They have their own quests. They have their own inventories. You can buy and sell items. They have quirks. And a cool thing about NPCs is that each one is powered by an AI brain that basically fires out sensory raycasts around them in the world and says, like, here's everything around you, passes that over to an AI and says, what would you like to do? It generates some actions. We take that, we put it back in the game code and says, all right, this guy said that he wants to go over and work at the furnace. So we translate into actions that he can do of like, oh, he's going to walk over to the furnace. He's going to interact with it like the player can. He's going to craft items in his own inventory. So they are basically deciding what they want to do throughout the day, which gets cooler when you have conversations with them. This is still like demo beta assets and stuff. But what you can do is you can talk to them. You can eventually they'll have quests for you. One of the actions they can do is like reflect on their life and generate a quest based on what they've seen, what they've done. They also have memories that they can create and store. So what you can do is like talk to them and say, hey, I saw this cool thing at the lake yesterday, and the memories are in progress right now. We need to get the querying done on them. But when you tell them about like a monster at the lake, they'll form a memory saying, hey, this guy said there was a monster at a lake. So either like the next day or whatever, when they're deciding what to do, they might want to go walk to the lake to explore it. Maybe they normally go to the lake, but their memory says there's a monster there, so they don't go there that day. Eventually, we're going to do like simulated conversations between NPCs. So this guy could walk over and tell somebody else that there's a monster at the lake, and then that guy would form a memory about it. Lots of cool stuff to be done there. But basically, you can learn more about each of these NPCs. They'll give you quests with problems that they have, very open-ended problems. I wonder, I haven't noticed anybody generating a quest in this build. Let me double check that their brains have quest generation enabled. Let's see, where are we at? Because I want to make sure that they are generating them. Generate new quest. Okay. So they can. They just need to like decide that they're having a problem big enough to generate a quest for. But what'll happen is they'll say something like, hey, I got this item and I don't know what it is. Every time I touch it, my hands turn to ice. And so that's a very open-ended quest for the player. It's up to you as an alchemist to go out and combine items and create the perfect solution for that quest and then give it back to them. And then we have a very open-ended like AI analysis for decision-making engine type thing that says like, here's the quest, here's the NPC, here's everything we know about the NPC, here's the item the player crafted, does this item solve this quest, yes or no? So we branch through the game code based on that, which allows us to, one, generate these dynamic quests on the fly, and also have like infinite solutions for them based on would this item logically work for that quest or not, which is kind of cool. And in doing all that, the cool system that I didn't even mention is you're an alchemist. So as you're collecting all these items, like some warm river rocks and maybe a wooden scarf, which we crafted earlier. We made a scarf out of wood. There's no crafting recipe in the game yet for what you get when you craft warm river rocks with a wooden scarf. But we generate that on the fly. You are an alchemist, so you can do whatever you want. So we'll see what we get with those two items. We get a heated wooden scarf, which gives you some fire resistance, gives you some armor. Makes sense. We're generating those stats. We generate the image, the description, all that jazz. And basically you can do that infinitely. So we could take that and add a flame guard pouch to it, which has some fire resistance and armor already. So maybe we'll get more than +5 and +2 on the result. So you can just keep combining more and more items. There's like 200 affixes that can appear on items. So we now got a Flame Warden scarf with even more fire resistance and armor. You can keep doing that. You can use these items yourself, combine a bunch of stuff that way and like craft your character. Or you can give them to NPCs to solve their quests. There's a lot going on. We also have like crafting stations for crafting things. So if we take some charred earth, we could make some, well, maybe not out of that. Let's take some charred stone fragments and make some gloves. Let's see. Quentin, gonna go have a good day till the next. Yes, it was good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Always good to have you here. Thanks for popping in. We got some charred gloves. So charred stone fragments, making gloves gives us charred gloves. You always get the same thing now where you're storing all those recipes as you generate them in your codex, so you can go through and like browse through. Same with people, all the people you've met, you see their quests and things. There's a lot going on. The final piece is like one of the item types that you can create is a tool. So we made a rock bucket earlier. You can use any tool on any item in the game. So if we were to use our rock bucket on a maple tree, there's no recipe for what you get when you do that. But again, we're generating this data on the fly. And now every time you use a rock bucket on a maple tree, you get maple sap, which makes sense. So if you need sap, you know how to get it. It's always incredible to me how well the game does making sense of random combinations. Yes, absolutely. It's always fun to see people try and break it, and then like it just works. And you're like, oh, yeah, I guess that does make sense, doesn't it? So rock bucket on a lemon tree. Are we going to get lemons? Son of a gun. Yeah, so that's kind of the gist. There's a whole big old world that you can explore with all sorts of items to discover, harvest from, craft. There's multiple towns. There's multiple like special areas to find. Lots of cool stuff. And we submitted the demo, like what you're seeing here, to Steam last week. We're waiting to hear back from them. And we are going to keep working on the full game. But hopefully we'll get some feedback from you guys soon on like how it feels to play. There's a lot more to do. Obviously, we're missing like combat. We're missing like dungeons and other things to do with your items that you craft. But that's kind of the gist. This guy here, we see the exclamation point. So he actually finally created a quest for us. So his quest, as an example, is whenever he attempts to make a deal, his tongue turns to lead and he cannot speak. So we need to make him a potion or tonic or something that will solve that quest for him. So we probably would need to go out into the world and like collect some stuff that's kind of like magical or healing or something related to like speaking or noise, and combine that into like combine it with a health potion or a bandage or something. Maybe we can do something if we have anything like magical. We can combine it with the bandage we have. Or maybe we can give him some sort of amulet. But that's kind of the gist of like, you get these really open-ended quests and you have all the systems in place to be able to go and explore, discover items, and figure out what you're doing for these NPCs. So we've got an enhanced healing bandage. I guess maybe we can go over, let's make a mask out of that. Maybe that'll help. So if we go to the loom, We can take that enhanced healing bandage, make a mask, because he said it was his tongue having the problems. Maybe it's something that we can have him wear. So we got a healing mask with a terrifying image. But I would love to make that more like even more healing coded. So let's maybe take our bandage and some you know what? Let's take our obsidian infused leather. Move that with, or combine that with the healing mask. See what we get there. An obsidian infused healing mask, which has fire resistance, which doesn't really help him. Let's take that and combine it with a health potion, make it more healing focused. But yeah, this is kind of the loop of like, if you've ever played Little Alchemy or games like that where you're just kind of combining items and seeing what you get. It's basically that, but there are now uses for the items that you craft. So we've got an obsidian healing elixir. He says his tongue is turning into what? I believe it was stone. We could go look through the conversation history, but like obsidian is a stone, so we can try and give him that healing elixir. So he's gonna think through, and yeah, it wasn't specific enough. So we also want to hear from you guys in the demo, like, is it too hard, too easy? We obviously don't want it to be too easy where you can just like craft a couple items and then give them an item and it solves most things. But we also don't want it to be too hard. So it's kind of a preference thing. So yes, one of the other things NPCs can do is start a conversation with you. So this guy walked over and was like, hey, I want to introduce myself to you. And he saw us over here, walked to us, interacted with us like we would interact with an NPC, which starts the NPC dialogue, etc. So we weren't able to solve this guy's problem, but we can come back with like other items and we would have other chances to solve his problem. We could even, this guy talked to us again. We could even buy back the item that we gave him if we wanted. Like if it was something we wanted to keep, every time you give them an item, it'll go to their inventory. If it's a consumable for a quest, they'll drink it and it'll apply the effects to them and it'll be consumed from their inventory. But for everything else, they just hold it, so you can always buy it back. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. There's a lot of stuff that we want to do. We've got a let's see, we've got a big old board of things to do. And a lot of things that like we wanted to do, but we kind of cut just to get this demo out. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff planned. If anybody has any questions, happy to go over it, happy to answer questions, happy to hear feedback, suggestions, etc. Can you overhear what two NPCs may be saying to one another? Not yet, because we haven't done the NPC to NPC talking, but I do think that would be really cool, because we aren't going to actually like simulate. Aw, they're besties. We're not going to like do some sort of simulation of this NPC talks to this NPC, this is the outcome. We're actually going to simulate the entire conversation they have. So it would be cool to be able to like stand here and get a little button of like listen in, and it brings up a chat thing where it's populating with their messages. That'd be really cool. I'll have to jot that down to make sure we do it. But one thing that kind of leans into that is we're thinking about doing some like call out text too. So especially when they generate a quest, right now they just have this exclamation point over their head. and that just means like go talk to them. It would be nice if they could get some sort of speech bubble that kind of has like, hey, come help me with this gate, or man, I really wish my tongue weren't so solid rock. So using that speech bubble system could be cool to like summarize the conversation as they're talking, and then you could come over and like see the full conversation, but you could probably see the summary speech bubbles from further away. I think that is what I would be wasting my time the most playing around with, the interactions and relationships of all the NPCs. Some wild possible outcomes. I agree. Maybe, you know what? I wonder how hard that would be. I mean, we probably, I mean, we already submitted the demo. So at this point, we could go on and build other stuff. There are several bugs that I want to fix, but that could be something we could do next. Because to get that working, what we would do, we have, so every NPC has a brain. Every brain has a list of actions that are enabled for that brain. So that's things like go look at an object, walk to an object, interact with something, talk to the player, sit down, stand up, wait here, turn around, blah, 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 blah. If we made an action that is talk to an NPC and they see an NPC near them, we could do that full conversation pretty easily. I think the thing, maybe we need to wait for memories to be working a little bit better so the conversation has a little bit more of an impact. And then we also need to be able to kind of see that happening a little bit better versus just like knowing it happened as the developer. But I don't think we're too far from that actually. So could be something to be done really early. I think it would be a lot nicer if there was more insight into like what the NPCs are thinking and saying, and also their opinions towards other NPCs. So both of those are like, one of them is more on the memories side and one of them is more on more like visuals and UI. And we can definitely do both. So we're not too far from either actually. Just has, it's on the totem pole. No need to be pushing it in now. I can spend just as easily spend a lot of time crafting wild items. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we've kind of phrased this as our crafting demo. And I think our next like big demo update will be a lot of the stuff for the NPCs, because we wanted to get memories in on this demo. We basically just ran out of time for the we got ourselves into a position where we were like 3 months ago, we were like, we could push out a demo now. We should probably add this one thing. We should probably add this other thing too. And we just did that for months. So we finally picked a date and had to choose what all we wanted in it, unfortunately, but luckily more will come. Let's see. We did manage to replicate that issue. Let's see if we can do it again. We're going to get back into the code, and we know we have a breakpoint here. This is the deserialization. We don't have hot reload on, so I can't really make changes while in the game. But if we hit this error message, what we can do, we have the item here and the serialized item data both in scope, so we can go see what the serialized item data was. But we can kind of start tracing back through now because we see the error here from the one time we replicated it. So maybe we'll start with that. Lemonade of Inferno. A scorching hot lemonade with a tangy flavor and a flaming twist. Guaranteed to heat things up. Gives you fire damage and fire resistance. That's like with me, I'm just now realizing that I need to solely focus on the combat system and get that tested when it's fully fleshed out. Then I can work on other systems. Yeah, it's so hard. Like, there's so much stuff that goes into games. And it's so hard to like focus on one for long enough that it's done, because it's never done. You always have those diminishing returns. But it always, like, you jump onto something else and you're like, all right, this is a brand new thing. I need to figure out how all this works. And you feel like you didn't finish the other thing. And then you work hard enough on this thing and you got to move to the next thing. And you feel like now there's more things building up that you haven't really finished. It's always hard to know what to work on, especially like small teams, solo dev. But you can do it. I believe in you. I love this Eliminative Inferno item. All right, so let's actually, we do want to kind of trace back here. So this is in our item creation service flow, which handles the entire LLM chain of creating items. So it'll create the name. Based on the name, it creates a description. Based on that, creates the item type, etc., etc. Basically, like, creates pieces and then uses those pieces to keep creating more. So we're towards the beginning, I believe. So when we get a result from recipe generation, which is called when we create a new recipe from ingredients, that uses the prompt combining items prompt over on the recipe database. Let's go check that out. Hopefully that didn't clear my console. No, it didn't. All right, databases, recipe database, prompt item combining. So this guy, this is our prompt for taking two items and combining them into one. So what happens is when we have items that already have affixes on them, they don't necessarily serialize like this. They serialize with, I can't remember the exact name, but like affixes, and then it's like +5 strength, or however we format this. So we pass these in as part of the item in the input. However, we don't mention those affixes anywhere in this prompt. So what happens is the LLM is smart enough to say like, oh, okay, here are my items. I know that they can have this affixes array, and I've seen a few examples, so I will create some other examples that make sense, like you give it fire resistance. Now I'm also going to give you fire damage, but I don't know the format of fire damage itself. So it's just generating stuff that isn't necessarily valid as output. So what we'll end up doing is probably just stripping that out, but it would be nice if we could adjust the prompt or like the flow before that error even gets into the data. So one example of that is to like strip out the affixes key in these inputs. So what we do pass in for the item is just these values instead of these, let's look at item. So item has a list of item effects on it. So each of these item effects can be any of these affixes. They've got a modifier, they've got a value. So it can be like add 5 strength. You combine them all. It can be multiply by 2 crafting level. And those are being serialized onto the item that we are passing in as ingredients in this prompt. So we probably just want to strip that out, actually. That might be an easy fix, because after all this is done is when we go create those affixes later based on the item data that we generate here. I've learned that game dev is a person with severe ADHD's worst nightmare. Sometimes to fix one thing, you got to make a change to another thing, and if you make a change you got to make another change to another thing, but not before you change that thing's variable type. Hard agree. I think it is wild to know like the level of distraction and depth every time you have to make a change to anything. Like, I just redid the player's jump animation, and that required like 3 different spots in the code of actually messing with the animation of like the animation itself. The timing between animations is different. The like logic for when to switch from this state to this state, the player input management. There's code for like if you're doing other stuff, you don't jump when this triggers. Like it to I always saw like people on Reddit like over the years being like, oh, just add this to the game, it's really fast. All you have to do is listen to when a player presses space and then apply a upward force. And as I've gotten more into game development, I've realized just like how spaghetti everything is, both by design and how things get written. It's just absolutely wild to see like just the depth of, you want to change this little thing. Here's 10 different systems you have to touch in order to get this thing working. I like it though. It's fun. But I can't imagine working like, I've worked at a lot of startups and I've worked at a lot of big companies. Startups are really good because they give you like the autonomy to touch all these different systems, and like you're given a goal. You can be like, I want to add this feature. I need to go touch all these things, add it here, 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 change the UI over here, change some tests, change some backend, blah, blah, blah. That I would say I love. I'm a startup boy for sure. That is what game development feels like to me. But the big companies, like I worked at Amazon for a while, and I probably can't talk. Well, you know what? It's been a while. Like I was adding a feature, and it took me 2 months of like building slideshows and presenting that feature to other teams in order to get permission to use some of their libraries, in order to like get approval from some bosses to touch their code. I can't imagine doing anything like that in game development because you just can't. There's so much, like, you need to know a little bit of everything. So I'd be very curious how like these big game studios like Blizzard and EA and stuff work, like logistically, how the teams interact. But it is very, very cool and very, very fun to be like a small team and be able to have the autonomy for both of us to just like jump in and fix a bunch of stuff everywhere, and then like it works. But it is wild to like, when you don't necessarily know all the systems, or even when you do, I sit down and I'm like, all right, I'm going to fix this bug. I might end up going and touching the prompts and the user input and like all these things, and what I thought would be a quick 10-minute fix is actually 5 hours. But then you notice something else that's wrong and you want to fix it. But yeah. If you do, you forget you're fixing something else that leads to this. That is why I have this notepad right here. Every time I stream, I just make a little list of all the bugs that I notice. And then I've got a little shorthand here for like, normally I format it like this. As like, I still need to do this. I've got a question mark if I need to like test to see if it's still an issue. I put a little T in if I need to test it, and then finally it gets a little X when it's done. Like, I need to do that, or else I'll go and fix something in this and I find another bug, and then you just lose them. So you got to do something for sure. Notepad to save my life. Yes. Let's see here. Also me. That would be a simple thing to add. Let me just do that right quick. 12 hours later, finally it's done. You know, but sometimes you get the inverse too, right? Like this chat for the game, like players being able to talk to each other, players being able to link their items in chat, and like other players can hover over them and see a tooltip for that item without ever having like a server that stores all of the item data. It's all like encoded in the message. I thought that would be so hard to make because I see all the edge cases and I'm kind of sweeping them under the rug, but it works. Like I did that in like 4 hours, maybe, both the server and the code. That went way better, way easier than expected. Maybe it's because my background's in web development and the server was nice and easy. But it's nice when you get like the opposite of that too, of like, oh, you think something's going to be really hard, but it was easy. I've had streams also where I've coded on something for like an hour straight and I'm like, I should really test this. Like, I don't have any confidence that this will work. And then it does. And I'm like, I honestly don't believe that it actually worked. But apparently it does sometimes. Yeah. So hopefully that's what's going to happen here. We'll get into a fix real fast, but let me check up on this chat. Also, for anybody still sticking around, thank you so much. We are just vibing. Again, we submitted this demo to Steam last week. We'd love to get it in your hands real soon. We're waiting for them to approve it. We are just bug fixing in the meantime, so it'll be nice and bug free when you do get it. Let's see here. I like the being able to do anything and just knowing how it works. Yes, it's. I think that might have been in reference to me talking about big companies and stuff. There's some necessity to the layers and stuff in big companies when code grows that big. But it's so nice working in a small code base when you know how everything works and can just jump in and be like, oh yeah, let me update this Cinemachine to go look at this player, and I'm going to go in and manually trigger this animation and so on. And it's nice. The inverse of that is amazing. When it happens, you feel like you had 3 hours scheduled to do a specific thing, but then immediately your schedule just opens up for more bug fixes. It is always a nice feeling. What am I thinking about self-hosting in the meantime now that you've had a bit of time to think about it? I haven't thought about it too much. We probably can. It feels like people in the chat are like, yeah, I would download that. I would try it out. I think we have a little bit of like logistical things to think through probably after the stream. But we probably can do that. I feel like we can, if Unity lets us build as a dedicated server, which I think this builds it as a single executable, that would be a lot nicer. I don't know the implications of building this way. But if we did that, we could probably upload it to like itch or, and we can just throw it on like S3 or something. And then we could upload it somewhere that people could grab it from. And it would work. So we probably just need to think through like, what we are missing out on from like the Steam deployment. So like analytics and error reporting, like notices when it doesn't run on somebody's PC, like that sort of stuff. We need to make sure that we're okay with having like users re-download it or just like getting the Steam version later. If it's just a single executable, they probably don't even need an installer. But I'm not totally sure on that one. Building at WebGL could make sense too. I don't think it will build WebGL. I think it's way too big to build WebGL. We can try, but it's like a 5 gig download at least, and then that needs to run in your memory in the browser. So, I mean, we get reasonable FPS in the standalone build. I cannot imagine that it would work in a browser very well, but we can try it. It would be really nice if it worked in a browser. I just don't expect it to. So, doesn't seem like a bad thing to try. Just not familiar enough with Bowser. Yeah. I mean, I bet that like itch maximum WebGL size. I bet itch has, yeah, like their max size is 500 meg and ours is it 20 times that? It's 10 times that. So like it might work if we could host it somewhere else and figure out a different player situation and like we might be able to figure out something. Oh, that was 500 gig zipped or 500 meg zipped. So yeah, we can figure it out. It's fine. But we can probably self-host somewhere too. I also have hope that Steam will be like, yeah, just fix this thing. And then we will get approved. We just need to get that info from them. And we're just sitting in the queue. So they will get it to us eventually. All right. So back to the error. We traced backward from this error that we saw from an invalid attribute being created. So it created one of fire resistance. What I think we should probably do is just strip out that attribute from the input of our item combining prompt here. So we're basically taking our item 1 and item 2, turning them into JSON, passing them in. I think what we want to do is serialize them without this guy. So it doesn't get passed in. So this prompt doesn't know that these items have effects. I mean, do we lose out on some context though? If we have an item that's like a potion of resistance, that's a very generic name. But if it has a affix on it of like plus 30 lightning resistance, it's the difference of like including that as context or not. So if we combine a potion of resistance with an arrow, the no affixes might create like a arrow of resistance, and it might give like fire resistance. But if we included the affix, it might give us an arrow of resistance that consistently gives lightning resistance, as you'd expect. So I feel like maybe we should keep it in the input. Maybe we can strip it out of the output. But then again, we do lose that again of like, we get our arrow of resistance with attributes of lightning resistance, and then we go on through the chain creating affixes and things on top of it. So maybe let's do this. Let's take a little dive deep in. So we have our string ingredient 1 is JSON convert serialize object ingredient A. So these will serialize in. What we could potentially do is just add all the affix, like the possible affixes. I'm about to say what we're already doing, and therefore it's clearly not already working. We could add all the affixes to this prompt so it doesn't choose other ones. So if you use an effects array, the only possible values for stat to modify are possible stats to modify. So it sees this and it's making a new one anyway. So let's add another breakpoint here so we can go in and actually see the prompt when it's filled out. And I think what we will do, well, first of all, let's use these new variables because we'll probably manipulate those a little bit. Let's fill out the prompt. Let's jump out of this. Let's turn on hot reload so we can make changes without needing to restart, etc. And then let's see. Let's just take a look at what this prompt serializes to. Make sure it looks good, I guess. We got a second cat in the background investigating a third cat. For the new viewers, we have Lucy, who is terrified of all humans. Oh my goodness. You're on stream, my man. And we have Dimitri, who is a chaotic agent and has no restraint. But you are lucky to see Lucy. Nobody who comes over ever sees her. We many times have hired cat sitters for multiple week trips, and our cat sitter never even sees Lucy because the moment the cat sitter pulls up in the driveway, Lucy runs and hides in a closet or wherever. So I don't know what happened to her before we adopted her. But she's a little terrorized. I got one of those little lucky cats in my stocking, and I've turned it on in the background, and she has not seen it yet, so got to investigate. All right, let's turn on. Wait, did we already? Okay, we did not have hot reload on. We did need to restart. We got our cat sighting out of the way. Let's turn this on. Let's go in and inspect. So what we're going to do is we'll do a alchemy combination of two items that have effects. And we'll see how those serialize into the prompt. Make sure they look good. And then we'll also see how the possible stats to modify array serializes in, just to make sure that that is like full and figure out why it's not obeying that, I guess. She's so cute. All right, let's roll. So we've got our breakpoint in, I assume. We are attached. All right, we're starting on the coroutine. So bandage has affix, apple has affix. You know what? Let's combine these two. So we got move speed, we got intelligence. So our prompt looks like user prompt view as text. You know what? Let's. I would love to view it as JSON, but it's two different JSON objects, so I don't think we'll be able to very easily. But we can see in here that each of them have an effects array. And in this one, the feather has a effect object called wind speed, which modifies move speed, adds 1. And so, like, all this data is passed on into the item as input. We are generating an item as output. This guy also has, the apple has an effect called the fruit of knowledge with adding 1 intelligence. So that basically sets an example for the output of what we're looking for in the output. So let me look also at the system message. So here, aha, this is probably the issue. So we are trying to say, hey, that effects array has some effects in it. Only use valid effects. And here's our list of valid effects. It is an enumerator, like serializing the object instead of the actual values. So this isn't serializing correctly at all. So let's fix that. So how do we actually serialize an enum of values? ToString, right? Is that not? Let's see. We can say string possible stats to modify is enum.getNames, which gives us an enum. Wait, it just gives us an array of strings? All right, we can use that. We want item effect, stat modifier. Okay, we'll work with that. Stat modifier is what we want, right? Yeah, that's these. So we can do string.join with comma. No string, no space needed. This needs, what do you need? Oh, we probably need to pass in the type. So we probably also want to accept out none, which is like the default value. So the only thing we're doing differently is basically doing this join instead of a ToString, because this gives us this enumerable effectively. Let's see if that works. So let's also get names dot accept this guy. So if we play this, hot reload will jump in, I think, and give us our new code. We'll see in a sec. But now we have a feathered apple. Cool, cool, cool. We'll take that. Let's combine it with an empty vial. Let's see if this guy, when we hit our breakpoint again, serializes into the correct string. We didn't hit our breakpoint at all. Question mark? This is a sick tool though. Gives alchemy XP with the stats, I guess. So we could take that and go harvest with it. I wonder why we didn't hit our breakpoint. Let's see if we can just get it with something else. Do we have other items with stats? We've got a bandage. That's good enough. Pine needles. Okay. So the breakpoint is valid on the new line. Let's see if just moving it up maybe helps. Create new recipe from ingredients. Should be triggered every time we make a combination that doesn't already exist. Okay. So if we jump forward a line, possible stats to modify is now the array that we expect. Okay. So we can just do a string.join instead of ToString on both of these. So let's continue on through. What we'll do is let's take out these ToStrings. This has been a nasty bug that has affected us for quite a while. So if this works, it'll be very nice. Let's do a string.join on this value. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Well, that's fine. Let's just say possible stats to modify. Oh, we had the extra curly brace at the end. Okay. And so this guy, string.join, comma, add our curly brace there. Sure. And we can like move these in, but it's fine for now. I have them broken out so we can inspect the actual stuff. So hot reload should pump that back in the game. we will go ahead and play. Oh, okay, it's still going, question mark. Let's cancel that. So now we should hit this breakpoint when we have a item. Or not. Needle chisel, pretty cool. Let's just reset it. I feel like I'm still getting used to what hot reload does and doesn't inject. And it feels like every time I need to set breakpoints earlier, maybe I can't set them in code that has been reloaded. And resetting anyway gives us items that have the affixes anyway. So it's nice. And it's got some suggestions there, but it's all good. Oh. I forgot to grab my water before the stream, but we are just chugging down coffee, so that counts too, right? Oh. All right, we can close this bad boy. Let's go in. We are still connected. We still have our breakpoints here. Let's combine. Let's do the same thing. Let's see if we get a different item or what. So when we get an item back from the LLM, should dump us over into Visual Studio. It doesn't. Okay, why? Why? Create new recipe from ingredients is what we call. What if we reattach? Feels like this function, because I know hot reload works by like recompiling this file when it has changes and then injecting the changed functions back into like memory. I wonder if this is like referencing the old function. So we're going to reattach whenever it rolls through. And we'll just see if that'll like reset the pointers to where in memory this function is bound to. This is the Tetris theme song. Alrighty, so we are still connecting. Feels like sometimes it takes a very long time to rebind when we run from within, when we reconnect while running. But we connected, so surely this will now hit our breakpoints, hopefully. Hopefully not just give us an item. Alright, something is afoot. It would be too easy if that were just the fix of just changing how we serialize things. Let's go ahead and let's do a manual recompile with hot reload. We will detach from here, get our recompile done. We'll reattach while not running so it reattaches faster. And then we will go in, do some alchemy, hit this function hopefully, and inspect both this serializing correctly and also inspect our prompt so it looks correct when we see the serialization, because it was incorrect. So hopefully that's just the issue. But if it's not the issue, I mean, we can go through some of these other approaches that we talked about of like stripping out the affixes from either the inputs or the outputs because we fill them in on the outputs later. But I feel like if we can include it all the way through, that gives us the maximum amount of context for like consistency's sake in the item creation process. So like when you're creating new items, even the affixes on the ingredients matter for the outcome, not just like the name and description and stuff. So hopefully that'll reattach in a sec. Hopefully this will all work. And I guess while that happens, let me clean up some of these windows, get them out of here. And I'm just taking a look at our like board of issues over here. I have a lot of stuff that I need to go through and like verify that I fixed them, because a lot of these were done on stream and I just put in the fixes and didn't necessarily test them. Just logically thought they worked. But we can always jump into some of these later. There's a lot more bug fixes to work on, but this was really the big one that like it feels really bad if you're crafting stuff and you just get an error and the crafting either hangs, which we have like a dead man switch on it now of like if the crafting takes longer than 10 seconds, it'll error after 10 seconds and reset for the player and all that. But that also feels bad. So we just want the crafting to feel really smooth. So this was like the last big error for that. So it's nice to potentially have figured out the solution. So here, once again, I will double check. We do have breakpoints in. In fact, I'll even put one in over here just to make sure we're hitting everything. Little suspicious that it almost froze there, but if we combine things, apple, flint, sure. Okay, that immediately fires. I'm going to go ahead, like I could step into that and make sure that we go through, but I'm going to hit continue and just believe, yeah. Okay, so we did hit it. Everything's coming up Millhouse. So now possible stats to modify is our correct string. It's a very long string of all the possible stats, so hope the LLM can handle that, but should be fine. Let's go past this prompt that we fill out. Let's go inspect our prompt. It's in the system message that we want to make sure. All right, so that looks a lot more reasonable. Like it's a lot more tokens to use, but I think the LLM should be smart enough to pick something from this. And also knowing before that it was just like bad serialization, so it was just like a said string array or whatever it was, enumerator, and it wasn't exposing all of these. We should start seeing a lot more varied item outputs now because there's a lot more possibilities here. And I think we'll test this through, make sure it doesn't error. But if we jump forward to the stage where we generate attributes here. Oh, well, we were already doing it correctly here. I was assuming that we wouldn't have done it correctly here because we weren't doing it correctly the first time. But yeah, we should start seeing a lot more varied output if it is actually showing all these examples to the LLM too. So we're gonna jump forward once more, and then possible application types that also got input correctly. We can do a little bit of testing of like sometimes LLMs actually perform better or worse based on whether you have spaces in a list like this or whether you don't. So we can do some testing there, but we have all the affixes in now, so it shouldn't make up new affixes anymore. So we've reached the awkward point where we continue this and the bug should be fixed now, but we probably can't like replicate it because it's fixed, but it was also a very hard one to replicate before. So we'll just do some crafting here. So we've got our flame apple and flint. I'll go ahead and nix all these breakpoints as we work through. Close that. Little suspicious. Okay, we did fire these. All right, they are gone. We'll just do regular crafting. And then with that potentially fixed, we will look at our handy dandy notepad over here and probably get back to the original bug that we were fixing before all this. All right, so we got an enchanted spark stone. Interesting. So we'll do some harvesting on that. See what we get with our enchanted spark stone. We can also craft like bandage and a herring. See what we get. I feel like we probably should note that the chat scrolls weirdly when at max messages, and also we still get double, or we still display chat messages double. I double checked, the server isn't actually sending these messages twice. It's just we receive them and we're displaying them twice, so it's probably a matter of like how we are iterating through that array while also modifying the like container that they're in. So there's some debugging to be done there too. Healing herring bandage. Cool. So we'll just do a little bit of crafting and like harvesting here. Just make sure that nothing immediately breaks. Reinforced healing bandage. Sure, let's put some bread with that. We should probably, I just noticed a very niche bug, but click to move should interrupt research coroutine. I don't think it does. Fortified healing bread, because if we take a tool like scissors and we start researching something like tall grass and then we click away, I think that research goes on in the background, so it should complete, right? Maybe not. Tall grass, click away. There we go. So it completed in the background, and when you complete research, it also triggers the harvest. So when we click the ground, we should probably interrupt any harvest coroutines in the same way we do with like interacting. Cool. So we've got a few more bugs now, but let's fully vanquish this bad boy. I guess we can, like, we have these for debugging, but we'll be back here to debug again later, so we can leave them in. It's all good. Let's pull this in. Let's say fix item creation, making up new affixes because sample list wasn't serialized into LLM prompt. Easy peas. Cool. So luckily, it's all easy fixes from here on out. Let's go ahead and tackle this first one. So at our loom, we learn a bunch of recipes as you level up crafting, obviously. Those recipes are actually bound to specific items. So like thread is an item in the game, and we bind that to the crafting station in a way that basically says like make that item with this material, which creates a new material and all this like new item data. However, the easy thing is when you click on that workstation, we just show a picture of that original item. And that item is not in the game yet. So I'm sure we made thread. Oh, we didn't make thread as an item. We have needle and thread. So let's go ahead and just, that's not what we wanted actually. What is an item we have? Pickaxe. Let's go make thread as an item. We will make that a material. Create Elixir Emporium starting item. Thread. Give it a name called material. Let's generate an image for it and a description. and we will nix that description a bunch because we don't want it to be too specific for the original item. Basic get versatile thread. Perfect. Value 3, weight 1. Sure. Doesn't need any stats or anything. You know, might do a different image. That's a little too like realistic looking. Yeah, that's more the vibe we're shooting for. So thread was missing. We actually have them in our oh, we cleared it. All right. So ribbon was missing as well. So let's just take this. Let's say ribbon. Generate some stuff. And then take off the magical property bit. That looks fine for a ribbon. Sure. What else are we missing? Mask. Surely I made a mask. But let's go look at our head items. I guess I never made the loom items. We got mask. Let's go mask, description, image. We'll say a simple mask worn by anyone who needs to cover their mouth. And we will say like a bandana mouth cover for our image. Just to get what I'm picturing here. Yeah, that'll be, that's a little too wild. We don't need the mouth. Is it because I say mouth? Let's say face mask. Let's go. I mean, that's the style, but not quite the vibe. Let's go with fabric face mask. Just get something here. Doesn't have to be perfect, actually. There we go. Perfect. I mean, I don't really want the person in it, but that's fine. Alright, what else are we missing? Let's go socks. Socks we'll put on feet. Fun fact with the word socks, if you spell it out loud, in Spanish, you are basically saying, it is what it is. S-O-C-K-S. Woven from gentle wool. These common socks offer simple comfort and modest warmth to the traveler's weary feet. Perfect. Let's also say, let's take person out of it. Also kind of want to take feet out of it. I'm worried of what we're going to get. That's perfect. Perfect. Alrighty. So we've got socks now. I think that was the last of what we jotted down, but I want to just quickly Control F my code base for socks. And then let's double check these because I doubt I made, I mean, maybe I bet what I did was make all of these and I didn't go ahead and make the starting items. So let's like just double check towel and canvas. Yeah, so we have a towel and canvas. Cool. Yeah, we have canvas too. I probably just forgot to make those starting items. So what we can do now is run up to our item database and just reload it with those new items we created, and they'll be in the game. So databases, item database, load all items from data directory. We had 275. Now we have 279. Perfect. All right, so let's jump back in. Let's do some crafting. We can mark this guy off as done. I don't think we were going to mess with the chat on stream just because it's like part of it is working with the server, part of it is just stupid bug fixes. Maybe we can do this click to move for interrupting the research coroutine. But I do want to go in and just like do some harvesting, do some crafting, just play with the systems effectively and see if we can break it again. If we can, that'd be great because it gives us a bug to fix. And if we can't, then we get to play a game for a minute. So at least there's that. Alrighty. Welcome to Elixir Emporium. Did I move the player? What is this? Oh, you know what? I pulled from Git, and I know we just did a little merge conflict for some player positioning issues. So let's bring you back down. Let's fix your rotation. You know what? The Y is probably fine. Let's do this. Bring you down. Tony was recording us some really cool cinematics. So he just integrated Cinemachine. He got some timeline features working. So that's some of the code that I just pulled down from him. And I'm excited to show that off real soon too. Let's get back on the nav mesh. And all right, now let's play the game. Dang, I forgot about the demo. I need to swoop that. Is it still available? Actually, it is not available yet. We submitted it last week to Steam. We are still waiting to hear back from them, that sweet approval. We got a message from them earlier today saying, hey, it's going to take longer than the normal time. But they didn't give us a reason. They didn't give us a new time. You're testing me. You totally knew that. I'll ping everyone on Discord. I'll let everybody know when it's available. I'm excited for it, but we're talking about just self-hosting it because we don't really want to wait for Steam. Some interesting camera issues going on here. We might debug some of those. But yeah, it's coming soon. Still, we've already submitted it. It's out of our hands. I'm just bug fixing in the meantime. I won't lie, your streams also got me on this coworkering, studying streams. It definitely makes the day go by so much faster. I appreciate that. I love watching co-working streams. They are super fun. I've got the second monitor, so I usually throw up like some little game dev or somebody with like 1 or 2 viewers. They're always fun to just come in and chat to, see what they're working on. But I appreciate that. I'm glad I could help out getting the day go by faster. Excuse me. I will give a shout out to I'll give a shout out to the Cozy Biscuit. She is my wife, but she also does proper co-working streams where like she might use the spot you're talking about. Have you seen that sweet task list bot thing? I'm starting a personal project for something like that. Yeah, I've seen some people use these bots where you can like add tasks from the stream. It shows up in the video. You mark them off as done. She doesn't often do co-working streams, but let me shout out the Cozy Biscuit. She does like the real co-working streams and I just code away. So her streams are good times too. She hasn't streamed in a little while, but I'm sure she will again soon. Let's go ahead and do some more crafting. We just fixed a pretty nasty bug, so I'm excited to see like the new items we're gonna get. Is that gate open? Yeah, I gotta disable that again. Interestingly, I feel like we already had this item. Maybe it was a different name. I wonder if the server isn't tracking items correctly. But yeah. Happy to be here. We got cats in the background here and there. We're just coding away. We're really just waiting on Steam. So What's a man to do? But you are working on a bot or a project that's like the task list bot. I would be interested in potentially using that. I'm always curious about doing a co-working stream too, but I'll definitely check it out when let me follow you real fast. I can't believe I wasn't already following you. But if you're streaming and maybe working on it or something on stream, maybe I'll catch you sometime. All right. Why were we here again? Let's go ahead and... Oh, right. We wanted to go double check that the new item images were showing up on the loom. So let's head into town. We need to fix that gate. But we got our loom. We just added new items to the game, so they should be showing up here. Cool. Perfect, perfect. Everything looks great. No notes. Ship it to Steam. So now we can take some bread and make some bread socks. Just put that bread in the loom, craft some bread socks, and we got bread socks. And for anybody unfamiliar with the game, that's probably a very weird thing to do. But the game lets you do anything you want. So that was not a existing crafting recipe. Like there's no crafting recipe for bread socks and a runestone, but you can craft them. The game creates that data for you. Very, very deep crafting system, infinite items. Now we've got our rune walkers, so we can go ahead and equip those, get all those stats, and should be running faster now. Yep, that's pretty darn fast, actually. We might want some diminishing returns on move speed. But I think things are working. That's nice. Let's fix up this gate real fast, because I kind of undid some changes when we resolved that merge conflict. And then, I don't know. If you guys have items you want to create in the game, we can do that. Like I can put in items that ship with the game, so if people craft an item with that name, it always results in that specific item. So if you want to make like legendary items or whatever, we can do that. Otherwise I'll find some bugs to fix, or if anybody wants to like see parts of the game, or like try and solve some quests or whatever, happy to do whatever. But what did I just say I was gonna do? Oh right, we were gonna fix this bug. So that's what we'll do if nobody has any suggestions. But we're gonna fix this gate real fast. So the gate's super simple. What we want to do is go find that first object in tutorial road. There we go. We turn the gate on because it has a nav mesh obstacle in it. We go over to our nav mesh. We bake that nav mesh. Or wait, we turn the gate off. Right. Because here, let me show you. So right now, with this obstacle enabled, if we bake the nav mesh, there's no path to walk through here. So even when the gate opens up, there's still no path to walk through. What we do is we remove that gate, we bake the nav mesh, that creates a path through here. So when the gate is open, the player can walk through. And then we turn this back on, and this has a nav mesh obstacle component on it. So during the game, like while it's running, wherever this object is, it'll cut away that nav mesh so there won't be a path to walk through. But we have some scripts that run. When you finish the tutorial, the gate opens and it stops cutting that path. So that's how that works. That should be working. I want to double check our camera settings because I noticed some oddities in the grass, like being weird, clipping differently, but I don't think that's it. But but maybe we'll just see it again. We can go ahead and just start on this. I mostly just wanted to update that gate before I forgot, because we want it to be ready to build for the demo, and I don't want to forget that and then ship the demo and you don't even have to do to the tutorial. Let's see. All right, so on our player controller, we have a player controller script. In here, we handle all our left click, and that is where we check to see if interactions exist already in the game or not. If they do, we obviously like start harvesting, we start interacting, whatever it is. If they don't, that's where we kick into the research mode. So we're gonna just kind of track through this logic. So handle movement and interaction input, on left click down. We've got we check to see what we're clicking on. If we aren't clicking on anything, we just do movement. If we are clicking on something and it's a left click interactable, we trigger interaction from player input. So that's where we call interact. And so that'll be implemented on the generic interactable world object interact, which is on like every item or every object in the world effectively has this script that lets you interact with anything. And we just tag it with some metadata. Like this grass has this script to say it's tall grass. You can interact with it from 1 unit away. Here's the verb that shows up in the hover tooltip and some settings and stuff. Like it's right click only, so you're not harvesting from grass all the time when you click on the ground, etc. But here, when you click on one of these objects, you face it. That makes sense. Wondering if this is... We occasionally have a bug where the player like keeps facing some ghost object. I wonder if it's facing the terrain. Wonder if we need to like exclude this if the tag is terrain or something. Let's just... leave a note for ourselves later. But we grab our item off our tool belt, whatever we have active to interact with. With all of these, we go check to see if we already know what we get when we use a hammer on a bush. If we do, we just start that harvesting. If we don't, we start this research coroutine. So that's what we're looking at here. This thing, we either have this interaction coroutine or we have this research coroutine. And the research coroutine is what we need to interrupt when you click on the ground, when you move. So but we probably don't want to store that coroutine on the object we're interacting with. We probably want it like up on the player controller. Because we have end research. I mean, I guess we can just call end research when we move. Let's go see what that does. End research. That stops the research coroutine, sure. Yep, that's exactly what we want. I wonder if that's already called. Let's go ahead and put a breakpoint in where we stop the research coroutine. And we can play and like replicate that issue and see if it actually gets called or not. Because if it doesn't get called, it's a bug of like, well, obviously we need to call it when we move. But if it does get called, then we have bigger issues because it's not actually doing its job. Let's See what we got though. Also, while we're here, Tony has been hard at work this last week, working on learning Cinemachine, learning Timeline, and doing a bunch of recording for like our new Steam page, like better video than the one I recorded like 6 months ago of just like bare bones code. And I wanted to show off this video that he just sent me, which I assume is our new, like, when you open the Steam page, the video that you just see. You probably can't hear the sound, but look at this cool cinematic work he's been doing. There's some like voice overlay and stuff too, which you can't hear, but it looks so cool. I love that animation at the end. Yeah. Looks really sick. I'll have to tell him that real fast. That.
You're an alchemist in a world of possibilities. Transmute unique materials and manifest new items.
Alright, so we called in research already for some reason. So we call it at the end of a harvest research generation, and we call it when we call stop any current interaction. I wonder if they do this like in a start method somewhere. There. Let's just double check a couple of these. Set active slot. I think we call this like for every slot in our tool belt. So it probably is calling it a bunch of times at the start. That's probably what's happening here. So if we press play, I would expect to click it a few times. I would have expected to click it more than that, but let's see what we got. So if we just walk around, okay, when we do click to move, it does indeed stop the research coroutine. Okay. So that's not working then. So let's... Okay, so we started a research coroutine, and now we're going to stop it. So let's jump into this. Out of that, I guess. Into this. So research coroutine is indeed set. Oh no, I bet it's going to be a race condition, because I expect this to actually work, because we have a coroutine. We are stopping it. So if we continue and just wait, if the coroutine actually finishes, we would expect to get some like pop-ups and see that, hey, you are now harvesting from this object. But if we cancel it, we should get nothing, which is what we get. So let's try this again. We do that. Let's just set our breakpoint in here, actually. I want to see if this is ever null. Because if we call it too early and the research coroutine hasn't been set, then it'll be null and it's not going to clear it correctly. Or you know what? Maybe another way we could break this is by overwriting it. So what we do in, well, wherever we start the research coroutine, let's see, it's probably in here, equals, yeah, here. So when we start a new research coroutine, if there's one already in process, that one will not get stopped. We just overwrite it with a new one. So if I were to like research two things really fast and cancel that second one by moving, that first one should still complete. So let's see if we can do that. I might need to, yeah, stop the breakpoints. So if we research from the stone and the ground. So I'll do the ground first and then I'll click on the stone. the ground is going to create one research coroutine, and then the stone will create a new one that overrides the ground, and then I'll click the ground to cancel our research coroutine, which should only cancel the stone. And then in a second, we should see that we will start harvesting from the terrain, if I understand what's going on. So ground, stone, ground. So we canceled the stone. I bet we'll start researching from the terrain. Maybe. Might try it again real fast. Ground, stone, and then this. Yeah. It didn't work the first time because it didn't actually override the first one until we walked over to the stone. But we are harvesting from the ground here. So what we need to do is a simple fix of just stop the research coroutine here. If we're gonna create a new one, we need to cancel whatever one we're already doing. Makes sense. All right, so that is probably a nice little fix. I don't know if that's the full problem, but I bet that might have been what's happening. So if we do that and then this and then click the ground, I actually don't think if we hot reloaded in the fix or not, but I guess we can. So let's put a tool in so we harvest from the ground with a research again. So that should be canceled. I'm going to give it a sec. We're harvesting from the stone. Oh, right. I don't think we actually hot reloaded in the actual solution, but let's just try again. Some Unity instances don't have hot reload running. Oh, I wonder if that's why we were having debugger issues earlier. Like this, it's probably hot reloading in the Unity editor itself, but not reloading this guy. So let's just do a quick little recompile. Let's make sure that fixes in, because we know how to reproduce the bug now. This just refreshed, so I assume it actually, like, everything is reset and correct. And we'll see if we can do the exact same thing where we harvest from the ground, we harvest from a rock, and then we click to cancel. It should cancel both instead of us then harvesting from the ground after the research completes. So we will jump on in. And I guess while we're in here, we'll double check. There were some weird, like, the grass was rendering wrong outside of some radius. Not actually sure what setting on the camera that is, but that's something I'll need to figure out. Yeah, it's like, it's probably not different LODs. It might just be something with the shader, but you see over there, it's like rendering in with shading at a distance, but without shading at a further distance. All right, so what we did last time was harvest from the ground and then immediately click this and then immediately click the ground to cancel this guy. But now our code should cancel both. So let's go past here, harvest from the ground, we click the stone. Interesting, we're not moving to the stone. Huh, that was... Why is that the case? Oh, was it waiting for it to properly cancel? Maybe. Huh. So let's try if here. Yeah, I think it's waiting until It's done. That's odd. I can't remember if I canceled that or not. You know what? The joy of streaming is I can go over here. Oh, I have I have an ad for myself. I can't go over and just rewatch. All right. So we'll just try this again. Ground, stone. I guess we need a tool because we're no longer researching on the stone. So the ground, the stone. Why is that delay feels really bad? Oh, and we're still harvesting. Huh. Well, I think we fixed one bug. I think we have one more. Like the original bug of just clicking on the stone. Let's do another tool. And then clicking away. So we start our research coroutine here and then click away. That doesn't interrupt the research coroutine. I would expect us to start harvesting from the stone. Or maybe not. Such a sunny day here. So hot. Let's try this again. Why is that? That's really disconcerting that it's such a long... Is it the pathfinding? No, it's like instant to that. What's wrong with this stone? Instant to that. Click away. Maybe it's when we click on an object? So if we click on the stone and then click on like the grass. Huh. Click on this, we click on the grass. All right, we have a recipe for that. Click on this, we click on the grass. Could just be a race condition I need to dig through. Well, that's a silly thing. Trying to think through why that would work. So we click on the ground for this one. And also, yeah, this stone, I wonder if it's because we have probably a mesh collider on it. Probably has a lot of faces, and we're calculating the closest point. Let's go see what kind of collider we have on that. Because if it's a sphere collider, that's not actually going to be the issue. But there's definitely a huge delay in pathfinding to this rock. Mesh collider. It is convex. If we take that off and give it sphere collider, that'll work for testing. So now if we click on it, still a delay. I think it's less of a delay, but definitely still a delay. Why is that? Huh. We don't have a delay like pathfinding anywhere else. Are all stones this issue? That one's instant. That one's instant. Huh. And I guess we could also do some painting on the ground there. That looks pretty bad. And then like trees. That's instant. Grass. Instant. So what's the deal with these rocks? That was a little odd. I think we just got some race conditions running around. Running wild even. Oak tree is instant. Bush is instant. This rock, big delay. Huge delay. Why? And it's not even the mesh collider, because this guy... Wait, did we... It's surely this one. Wait. Why can we harvest that from over here? There's some weird stuff afoot. So we take off the collider entirely. Yeah, it no longer lets us harvest because there's no events. Or like no on mouse over, no click, etc. We turn back on the mesh collider. We run to it. We turn off the mesh collider. And it's queued for harvest still. Ooh, we probably want to also clear our thing that's queued for harvest whenever we move also. Let's see, what is that? Queued interaction with. So that... Stop any current interaction. Clear any queued interactions. Just a side note on that, like, it was still queued up, and then, oh, you know what? When we turned off the colliders, we could no longer calculate a distance to the nearest point, so I bet it, like, returned 0 or something in how we are calculating those. Closest, I don't remember what our method's called. Closest point along collider edge. If collider is null, we just return the position? That seems wrong. Oh, that's the position, the center point of it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. But when we turn the sphere collider back on, we can harvest from forever away. Why? Okay, so closest point along collider edge for this rock just gets the collider.closest point, which looks reasonable. That's about where the player starts. Let's jump back up. Closest point on collider. It's not set yet. Now it's that same point. Okay. So we calculate our distance from the player's current position. Right, that looks like the same number. That is the same number. What is the player's position? We'll check in a sec. So it's saying we have a distance of 0 because the closest point is where we are. I wonder if we're returning... let's look at this player real fast. So we are negative 157.51. It'll show up in a sec. So if we click that rock again, target object with collider is the rock. Sure, sure, sure. We go in, it doesn't have no collider. It isn't a mesh collider that's not convex. So we use closest point. Oh, wait. Transformed opposition. That's the... We're calling from the player to the player. Right, right, right. We want the player to the target object with collider. Right? Well, so so it's closest point from collider to the player. But collider position is okay. This is reasonable. That's probably where the rock is. Let's go look. Wonder. Let's just double check this. Unity collider closest point. I want to make sure I'm using this method correctly. So it's on a collider. We want to find the closest point to some position, which would be our player. So the closest point on the collider to the player. That makes sense. Returns a point on the collider that is closest to a given location. Sure. If the collider is disabled, the method returns the input position, which is our player. If the collider is disabled. So we were disabling both. That's probably why it returned. Why would it return that? I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay, so, well, we have the difference from closest point on bounds is the return point is actually on the collider instead of on the bounds of the collider. Bounds is a box that surrounds the collider. Do we want that? I feel like we want to actually be up close to the object, not just on the bounds. Okay, so when the collider is off, when all the colliders are off, this closest point is just going to return the player's position, which is not what we want. Let's make a note of that. Okay, so let's continue. I want to see if our colliders are actually off, because I think they were. Well, no, sphere collider is on. Okay. So here, it's just returning the player's position here. Why? Because we should have a collider. We do have a collider. Collider dot closest point to the player's position is the player's position. Is the collider huge? No, it's got like a radius of 3.5. So why would this... I mean, I guess we can just, can we go into closest point, see the implementation? If we do this, go down, and then can we go into that? No, we can't. Okay. Huh. Because we want it to be like, wait, that collider is the player's location. Right? Oh no, that's the rock's location. Okay. Huh. That's strange. Oh, that feels like unit development in a box though. Okay. I mean, this also, none of this explains why that rock specifically has like a delay to pathfind to. versus everything else being instant pathfinding. That's wild. Okay, so with the sphere collider, it returns the player's position. With the mesh collider, which is what we had, it's just a delay to pathfind 2. Pretty sure. So closest point is on the rock, yeah, because X is negative 142. The player's at like negative 88. So that works. Why the mesh collider works, sphere collider does not. Let's double check some settings. Also, why is this looping? I mean, that would account for the delay if it's calling this like a lot of times. Huh. I'm going to try that again. Breakpoint here. We click once. It's a long delay until we even get here. So I think it's even further up. So I think it's going to be on the player controller, either here or where was that other call? Or here, set destination to interact with. And this happens before even our agent set destination, so we don't, it's not even in the navmesh agent that has the delay. And yeah, it's calling it over and over again, which is not at all correct or what we want. Imagine that. Huh. So that's so strange. Layer overrides, nothing, mesh rock, sure. No material. What is this material? Just a physics material? Okay. So if we click this, big delay, and then we go. So let's just narrow down where that delay is. We put our breakpoint here. We click this, big delay, and then our breakpoint. So it's not this that is the delay. Can we just trace through? Okay, so set destination to interact with. Let's put our breakpoint here. And we'll keep tracing back, see where that delay is. Because it's calling this repeatedly, which also very, very code smelly, should not be doing. But I'm wondering if that's Unity like locking the mouse down because we are technically the mouse was down on the last frame and we like alt tabbed out or something like that. All right, we put the breakpoint earlier, we click this, it's instant now. Okay, so let's just move our breakpoint a couple lines further. And then we'll click again. And feels like this is what, I mean, maybe there's something else going on, like a background coroutine or something. But now it's still instant. So if we maybe move it one line forward, we'll see if that's instant. But if it is instant, I mean, it should be because this doesn't look like it's actually the issue. But if it's not instant and we get the delay, we know that it's in this function that's causing the issue. All right, click instant. Interesting. So are we calling this function multiple times? We might be? It could also be that we are like clicking and it's triggering on mouse down for like multiple frames, instead of doing it only on the frame where the mouse went down on the first time. But this is still instant, so I mean, obviously that's gonna. Let's. This was instant, right? So what calls this? Trigger interaction from player input. We don't really need to go further up now because we know that it's this path we're taking. It goes in, it calculates a closest point, agent.set destination. I wonder, is it having issues because we're trying to navigate to a point that's not on the nav mesh? I bet the rock carves out the nav mesh. Let's look at that real fast. So if we look at this, turn on the nav mesh. So what this line of code is doing is taking like this closest point that we want to get to and then saying, all right, in that direction, go slightly further and use that point instead. And that's because we have a stopping distance on our movement. So like you want to go to this exact point. We're going to walk to it and you're not going to try and stand on it. You're going to stand right before it. So this says like go a little bit further so you do stand on it. I know that I literally just put that back in last week because we kind of needed it. But I feel like logically we shouldn't need it. So let's... I kind of want to take it out again. And let's just see if we can get navigation to the closest point working. And then we're going to reattach also so we can hot reload, like the full reload and everything. You on back? Welcome back, Tony. How's it going? We are bug fixing. We fixed a pretty nasty bug with the, I think the one that you mentioned seeing, and also, let's see here. This one here, or yeah, this guy. We weren't serializing the possible values to the LLM correctly, so it was just guessing on attributes, and obviously if it guessed wrong, things were erroring out, so we fixed that. Should be good. Go check messages, check Discord. One sec. Dun. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. The store page is approved. Demo still needs more time. That's the demo store page, which is technically the same page as the main game. We're still waiting on the build itself to be approved, but it's nice that we just got one approval. So we just need one more approval and then people can actually play. All right, let's see if this fixed that delay. I mean, I also didn't like close the game and restart it, so I don't necessarily know that it wasn't like a one-off bug. So we'll find out. It's so hard for me to understand the way they organize things. At first I thought it was the game. Yeah. So basically, I mean, chat probably is interested in this too. But when you submit a game to Steam, let's do this. Full on talking scene. We got Dimitri in the background. When you submit a game to Steam, I don't think I can actually show the Steam pages. I think it's like Steam doesn't want you doing it. But there are two different things that you submit. There's the store page, and there's also the build of the game. the store page, there's tons and tons of forums of like, what is this game about? What are all of your assets for? Like, when we show you in sales, what is this banner we should show here? What's the logo we show here, etc. You have to upload it's like 10 pages worth of content and assets and stuff in order to get the store page approved. And then you have to also upload the build to separately get the game approved. It gets more complicated when you have a demo, which Sundown's Feathered Serpent, who rated us earlier, is a good example. This is a demo, not the full game. So demos can have their own Steam page, or they can exist on your existing game's Steam page. Either way, they still also have to have that same store page approval. So you also have to upload like the banner and the logo and all that same stuff, even if you're on the same store page as the main game. You still need that approved again, effectively. But it also needs its own demo approved. And so we just got our store page approved for the demo that we have. Let me bring that up, which you can find by searching Elixir Emporium. Page is live. The demo page, which doesn't actually exist, was just approved, but it'll be here as well. You'll be able to click and download the demo. As soon as the actual demo itself is approved, the build of it, then we can flick the button and say, all right, demo is now live. But we are waiting on that. See, I thought we already had so many of these approvals taken care of from before. We only had our main game approved. So the main game, we had the store page approved. We can't have the build approved yet because the game isn't done yet. There's stuff on the page that we haven't done yet. But we did have the store page approved. Oh, right. I've been pointing at stuff on my screen. Pointing at things on my screen, but I was, full talking mode. So apparently you couldn't see it. But yeah, that we had the main game store page has been approved. Now the demo game store page has been approved. And we just are waiting for the demo build to be approved, and then later on when we're done with the game, we can submit that game for approval as well. Micah Plays, welcome back. Thank you for the raid as well. What were you what'd you sneak off to work on? Were you working on that project you were talking about earlier? Let me shout you out as well. Mika. Is it actually pronounced Mika, like me? I would have said Micah. Please. But welcome back. You were co-working and studying. Excellent. Just getting it done. Well, welcome back. You just did your entire workday and was kind of waving in my school project. Micah. Okay, yeah. I like the name Micah. It's a good name. I just saw the MII and I thought of the we, the like me's that they added. But Micah makes sense. Cool. Well, yeah, we're still just bug fixing. We just fixed some bugs, pretty nasty ones. I want to see if there's still a big delay when we click on this stone or not. There is not. All right, it is instant. So either what we did fixed it, or just restarting the game fixed it. I'm not sure which. But either way, we don't have that nasty delay anymore. So that's super nice. Yeah, and also feel free to raid and run if you are done with work and want to head home, all that jazz. So good seeing you again. Thanks for dropping off some viewers. Let's see here. Is this guy's feet off the ground? I just realized. A little bit. Let's move him down. But let's do a little bit of crafting first, because we should start seeing more varied outputs. We haven't quite seen them yet, but we should start seeing them soon, hopefully. Probably more so when we craft from workstations, though. No. I work from home. Excellent. I think everyone should work from home. I cannot imagine going back to an office. I might go to Taco Bell though. Heck yeah. There you go. I guess people can be allowed to work from Taco Bell as well. Healing potion. Let's combine that with some bread. Enchanted bandage and a scrap leather. We'll do that next. But that's awesome. Congratulations on making it through the day. A healing sandwich. Perfect. Yeah, I guess we could look at the chat. Maybe that's something we can do. Yeah, we can look at that next. Enchanted leather wrap. Let's just add a ton of leather to this guy. See what we get. That's suspicious. Why were we allowed? How did we? I was just testing whether clicking on the wall would take us anywhere. How did we walk through? Huh. Okay. Mystic leather cloak. Let's add more leather. Micah, what is your go-to Taco Bell order? And I guess anybody else in chat who wants to share their Taco Bell order. Reinforced Mystic Cloak. I think that could use more leather. I mean, I kind of wanted to get into town just to test some workstations, so I guess this works out, but we'll need to double check that that's an issue. One other thing that we probably should do, which we kind of do here, so you'll notice these things disappear when you're close. What we should actually do is hide them when they're between the camera and the player. So an example is like here. Yeah, it's a great example. Like all this stuff is in the way. We probably shouldn't like properly disable them, because then you could like walk backwards through them and stuff. But we should disable their renderer, so when you're looking at your character like this, you don't accidentally have this happen. The alternative is we can also just shove the camera forward. Like what we can do is basically fire out a raycast from the player to the camera. And if anything gets in the way, so here there's something between the player and the camera, but we know that closest point of like here, we can shove the camera forward to that point, so it'll like move forward and you'll still be able to see the player. It'll just be more zoomed in like this. I don't really like when games do that, but it is a little bit more like cinematic, I think. So we'll probably do one of the two. Maybe after the stream I'll get Tony's opinion on which one he likes and we can just do that. But yeah, that's kind of a pain, like walking around these tight spaces in town sometimes as you swing your camera and then stuff is in the way, especially like when you're trying to move. Mystic battle cloak. Perfect. Let's mix that with a sandwich. A healing sandwich even. I won't lie. I just do $7 cravings box and slam the layered taco and 5-layer burrito. It's the only way to go. I mean, I order a lot off that cravings menu though. It's so good. And like, I mean, Taco Bell, it's all the same ingredients but in different forms effectively. So I've been just ordering like a crap ton of tacos, but I used to get like the cheese roll up every time. You got to get that. The 5-layer burrito is great. The bean burritos, beef burritos. Yeah, that was a good example of something being in the way. I'm usually a burrito guy, but the spicy potato soft tacos, those are real good. Shouldn't though. I should go buy a rotisserie chicken, which I think I will do. I have to break these habits. Wow. It's very big of you. Good job. Break those habits. Let's see what kind of collider we have on this, because this is clearly like we shouldn't be able to click here and harvest from that bush. Let's take a look at that. We are kind of nitpicking for things to fix at this point. So you hear that, Steam? Can you approve this already? Let's turn off our nav mesh. Let's go look at these guys. Probably has like a box collider, yeah. So we could do like a mesh collider or something. I don't know how performant mesh colliders are, but if we did a mesh collider here, turn off our box collider. Okay, there's some bugs happening. So one, there's a super big delay on movement. Two, we are facing something. So I also want to see what that is. And we should be able to see that pretty quickly if we can inspect queued interaction with. So here, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's attach. Should immediately dump us in here, I think. But maybe we move first. Or maybe we're... Why are we turning without something queued? So if we... That took so long, but you've gotten home now. I hope you were successful at least. Welcome back, 7. Also, I realized later, I realized earlier I said your name on stream. Hope I didn't dox you, but welcome back, 7. We are bug fixing and trying to figure out why some things, to use the technical term, are wonky. We have two things going on right now. One, whenever we move, we are facing that direction for some reason. And two, sometimes there's a really long delay in movement, assumedly, probably for like pathfinding reasons. Like that's really long, dang. So that's obviously a no-no. That's a way bigger issue than like just turning and facing the other direction, but I would love to know why that's happening too. Because we don't even... Like we have a breakpoint for if something is queued to interact with. So if we queue something up, that immediately fires. That makes sense. So now we'll run to it. This shouldn't fire that many times. Why is this firing so many times? I guess it's each frame until we've actually moved. Yeah, you can see the leaves falling. It's firing each frame. So, I mean, we're doing all this. I mean, I guess we need this set until we arrive at the thing. So we'll just undo that. We'll arrive at the thing. It should be reset now. So if we stick that breakpoint back on, we shouldn't actually hit that again. Okay, that is true. Cool. They did have drugs. That's good. Perfect, perfect. Name's been said before. It's fine. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. I realized after the fact that I called you your name instead of 7. These guys are getting a little close here. Hey, Kieran. Demo win is a great question. Question of the day, even. Question of the week. If y'all want to fly over here and hang out at my house or at Patrick's house, we can play some games. But until then, we are waiting for Steam to give our approval. They say 3 to 5 days. We just got a notice saying it will take longer than 3 to 5 days. No other reason given, so we are just waiting. And in the meantime, We are playing the game. We are fixing the most egregious bugs. We're trying to, at least. That's crazy. And, you know, what we'll probably do if Steam isn't like, if they haven't given us more information by like tomorrow, we might end up just building a standalone executable to play the game from and like self-hosting that somewhere so you can download it and start playing. We'll probably only do that once because I want to make sure that like people can get updates when we bug fix and all that jazz. But I mean, if they're going to take forever to approve our demo and it's ready for people to play, we might as well just upload it somewhere and you can download it and play it. Like, it'll all work. The chat will work. I say that. The chat is not working right now. Why? Well, it should work soon. But yeah, we just received one of 2 approvals. You have to have 2 different approvals when you submit a game to Steam, one for your Steam page, one for your build. And the Steam page passed all the checks and balances. They're like, yeah, it's a great game. And then the build, they say, yeah, some automated test failed somewhere, so we're going to have some more human review. We'll get back to you whenever that's done. So we just want to get some more information on like when that will happen. Because I Googled it and people said they waited like 3 months before getting an answer. So I don't want to wait that long. Yeah, so I bet I understand what happened with the input. I think we just got it locked. Let's see. Where's our input service? Yeah, we've got an input lock on. Something didn't reset when we like exited the game, I bet. So now jumping works again. Chat now works. Wow, Kieran. Wow, Kieran. All right, chat kind of works. I guess we can fix that. I don't understand why that is broken, but let's figure that. Coming on over. Perfect. I noticed you didn't say that you are coming over. I wonder if you were trying to avoid a certain joke being made. Dang Steam, I will write an angry letter to Steam. That would be perfect if everyone could just write an angry letter to Gabe Newell at steam.com. Or whatever his email happens to be. Maybe that will help. Okay, chat works. It just sends to Steam. Perfect. Or sends to Twitch. That's all we needed. I wonder what happens. Okay. Just making sure an empty name doesn't work. And I'm pretty sure I reserved some words too. Yeah, you can't be named system either. Yeah, I mean, I want to figure out. Well, no, now we're no longer turning. Well, now we are. Are there some locations where we turn? That's so strange. That has been a bug for like months, and I just assumed it would hammer itself out when we redid the player input. But let's, I think we have... What is even the method for turning? It's like face object or something. Face object, sure. Where do we call this? We call it when we interact with an item on the ground. We call it when we interact with a workstation. And we call it when we interact with an object. Now, interacting with a terrain shouldn't count here. But let's just see. Yeah, okay. Movement doesn't count as interacting. It's odd that there's only certain places to stand where we do this movement. follow Gabe Newell 500 feet away for legal reasons and just yap at him until he fixes it. Have a wonderful time in New Zealand. Send me a postcard, please. Let's see. So do we have... So face object calls... It just updates our rotation directly. So I don't even think that... I mean, I guess we do slurp it. So either we are updating the player's rotation somewhere else, which is possible, or this slurp is running way longer than expected. It looks like it's supposed to run for 5 seconds. That seems so long. So we slurp from our current rotation to the target rotation over... Why would we multiply this by 5? By a ratio of t. Oh, that's the speed. Okay. It's not over a certain amount of time. Okay, well... So what happens if I just put a breakpoint here? That never fires, right? Okay, we turned, that didn't fire. I don't think this is the path we're going down. So let's look at dot rotation. I think there's also like a face object that we use. This is all editor stuff, prefabs, media, player. So that's where we're at. Wait, this is not where we're at. Rotation speed for movement. Okay, that should fire once. Move, oh, breakpoint where it wasn't triggered. It's called here. Oh, code. Where else are we turning around? Makes sense. Okay, so just those places. We have one when we face object, which is when we interact with stuff. And we have one when we move, which is when we're moving. Both of those make sense. However, something is getting us to rotate our position after we've moved. And I don't even understand the pattern of when it happens. But if we stand right here, it seems to always happen. Nope, not even that. Huh. It's the weirdest bug. Did you know hot soup goes hard after walking in 14-degree weather? Heck yeah, what kind of soup? Also, I'm jealous of your weather. It is quite hot here today. I know that I am wearing a sweater, yes. It is nice and cool inside, but the sun beating down outside is mighty toasty. Potato? This is the best kind of soup, maybe. Although Taco Bell soup could go pretty hard. Okay, we are still always facing what seems to be something over there. Doesn't seem like we, turn to face a different direction. Also, this guy probably should be set to stand up before he can walk again. Or maybe we can just make him levitate. Celsius or Fahrenheit. The low is an absolutely sweltering -6. Call me Smuckers, because I'm jelly. So there's also like hook rotation. What the heck is that function called? That's like face object, not the one that we built. There's one built into Unity. Look towards, I think. No, maybe look toward. I think it's in the NPC action inspect object. Look at. So where do we call dot look at? Do we ever do that on the player? Inspect object, that is where we just were in the NPC brains. NPCs will look at whoever they talk to. That can't be firing right now because it only fires on callback before window show on the NPC window. Same. Okay, I don't think that that is an issue. Huh. So why are we rotating? Why be rotating? So let's look at our... Because it's not this, it's the player object that rotates, right? Yeah, like lerps back to whatever value it needs. Huh. I don't know if that is the navmesh agent controlling it. Give him a floaty animation where he levitates. Yeah, it's a great idea, actually. I will definitely do that. I need to add in some code to like only trigger it when he's in a certain animation state. But I think we even have a floaty animation for something else, so we can just stick that on him. We might not be able to figure out why we are just turning. It's not even that big of an issue. I'm just so curious why it is, because it's such a weird issue. And the more serious one of like the really big delay before movement. Wait a sec. Aha, okay, we're on to something. We're figuring out patterns. So I think the delay is from he doesn't move until he's turned. So like this is an instant move. Maybe not. But he turns for about a second. If I try and move right when he starts turning, nope, he moves. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't understand any of this. Huh. Glad these guys are still such buds. Probably want to change that animation for when we talk. You know what, we'll do that now. I think it's set to the fishing animation right now because I didn't have talk animations yet when I built this. Yeah, that looks like fishing to me, but it looks super sus. Alright, let's just do that. I don't know why the navmesh agent and the player are delayed or turning or what, but let's just look at other things. That's the spirit, right? So NPC, generic interactable NPC. This handles like talking to players or talking to NPCs. That is, we have that and we have the window. So this happens first. So if you look at this guy, he has generic interactable NPC on him. And then when you talk to him, we probably play an animation on the player somewhere. In fact, we might just do a default animation. Play default player animation. So instead of that, we just want to like pass through what animation we want to play. And do we have one for talking? Talking. All right. So rather than that, we can just say interaction animations dot talk. So that should play the talking animation. Let's go see what that does. So it is talking. Let's go look at the animator for the player, not the NPC. This guy. So talk is talking true. And that will look like, looks reasonable to me. Looks way less sus than fishing at someone. Okay, we'll test that. It should be a nice little quality of life fix. I don't think we have very many like game crashing bugs in the game anymore, which is kind of crazy. Which is pretty nice too. But let's go see how this looks. So we've got a guard up here. I wonder if there's some sort of like memory leak somewhere that's causing NavMesh agent to become less efficient, like the longer you play. So if we talk to this guy, we'll turn towards him and we'll play the animation. Okay, we didn't turn towards him, but we did play the right animation. Okay, sure. Huh, why? What are you facing, my man? Player controller, start playing interaction animation on the NPC. Wait a second. What's going on here? Could this be our coroutine that causes issues? Turn towards what? Well, true. Interesting. What is this? What is this? So this happens when you interact with an NPC. Why do we do this instead of just turn using turn speed? Okay. Well, first of all, oh, this turns the NPC, not the player. Okay, that makes sense. This shouldn't be running on the player. Well, that's a bug there. Opening and closing the NPC window should kill any, what's it called? Canned responses generation coroutines. Because they are running in the background, they're completing, and they're all adding their canned responses here. So this faces the player, or this faces the NPC toward the player. That's fine. It's a really strange way to do it, but I guess it works. But I wonder why we're facing... You good, bro? I want to see his collider. Like where his center point is. So I bet we're facing that. Capsule collider. Okay, it is on his body. That's what we should be facing. I mean, we have the better animations. Just give him... Let's give him an item. We'll get into town. Let's go see other people. Yes, yes. Let's see. Let's see if we actually face them. The guards are a little bit weird models. So this guy, we do face each other. Okay. Sure. We play the animation. Everything's fine. Okay. Soon we're going to see a lot of canned responses add here. Yeah. So let's fix that next. This is a nicer animation. Probably should have been checking stuff in, but we'll do. I'll sort all that out at the end of the stream. Cool. So let's go do that. So here, let's see our canned responses. Generic interactable NPC. I guess it's on the NPC conversation window. NPC window. NPC window manager. That's what we want. And here, call back before window show. Redraw our friendship score, show a tutorial, hide any quest marker if like they had something to say, you've talked to them now. Prevent them from doing other things. So this also turns them toward the player. So I don't think let's get rid of that coroutine that does the exact same thing as this thing that instantly happens. Or I mean, we can get rid of this. The coroutine's probably a little bit nicer because it has the it's not just instant, it has a turn speed. But obviously that'll do nothing if we are just instantly looking at them. So let's get rid of that. We probably don't even need to turn the player towards them because well, let's get rid of the other one because NPCs can also talk to the player. And that's going to trigger here when we show this window. It's not going to trigger the like interaction on the NPC object itself. So we've got a lot of tabs open here. Let's go generic interactable NPC. We've got a coroutine somewhere down here turn towards. Let's yeet that out of here. Keep it around just for a second. And then let's get rid of this. Is that fine? Seems fine. So now we should get rid of that weird jitter of like we instantly made them look at the player and then we also had a coroutine trying to update them to the player. They should just instantly move instead of the like jitteriness. And it should be instant rather than a turn speed, which is fine. Like we can always add the turn speed later. It just looked really janky before. And then we also want to look at the canned responses. So we do store that coroutine now, and we kill it when we close the window. But if we just keep talking to him and open a new window, it just has multiple things going on. So we probably also want to clear any in-progress coroutines when we first open the window. Just because we don't trigger like on close when we have the window open, you click on the NPC again, it's going to reinitialize the window. It's not going to close it and reopen it. So that should be an easy fix. Just as like a clean up any existing coroutines from a previous NPC window. Might still be running, even the same window. Cool. Let's go try that. See if that works. We'll see if he's less jittery. We'll see if we actually look at him correctly. And let's see if the canned responses still stack up. Might be something else we need to do. Can't tell if I like the tree loading in or not like that. I feel like we should probably adjust the render distance. Okay, we faced the opposite direction again. Don't know why his point is wrong, but at least he's not jittery anymore. Huh. Whenever you're done here, we gotta sync up really quick. My player model is starting in the wrong spot, so I can't record a new feature video. Not sure where the bug is, but oh yeah, I bet it's Tony. I think I saw earlier, is he starting like in the sky above where he should be starting? I would say you can go ahead and just shove him down and like put him back on the map, but oh hey, I got this bug you got. I just fixed that, so let me push up what I have. Let's just say a bunch of stream fixes. If you grab this, you pull it down, you should be able to have your player back to where you should be. You have one in the tutorial road and one outside of the gates. Interesting. Pull down what I just pushed up, and yeah, it's on main. You should have, like, if you look at your hierarchy here, the player should be here. If you go and click on that second one, that's... Oh, maybe this guy's jittery because he's not on the ground. Go and click on that second player and you'll find it in the hierarchy and you can delete him. You should only have one. But that should fix it for you, hopefully. He's also rotated? Huh. Interesting. Where are you starting, man, in yours? Yeah, tutorial road. He's starting way back here. Should look like this. And if you need to start him somewhere else for the recording, what I would recommend is just, if you need like that second player model, like if it's on purpose, you can just plop him wherever you want and then disable this one. And you can put a different one somewhere else and then you shouldn't get any conflicts, I think. Let's take a look at this render distance too. Usually just copy him for recording, but I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Well, he has a like a main camera on him as well. This whole system. So yeah, you're copying him is probably the right thing to do. Just make sure you also disable this one. So like, if I copy this guy, move him over here, and re-enable him, that camera will now get picked up as the main camera, and he'll have, you can move him around wherever you want. And then when you're done, you can just delete him and re-enable this guy. Let's take a look at this, because I can't remember what our render distance is set to. I feel like it's very far in my editor, which is on purpose, but we probably want it like 500. Is that reasonable? Maybe like 300 even. For your recording, Tony, I probably would set this to like at least 1,000, maybe even 2,000 if your computer can handle it, so we can get everything rendered in the distance. But for like people playing, I'm setting it down to 300, just so it's a lot less taxing on the computer. We'll probably add a setting for that too, just like a render distance setting. So that probably works. Maybe, I mean, let's go in. Let's see if we notice any other bugs. Show me where that is again, the render distance. It's going to be on, I'll show you in a sec when this loads. But it's on this RS camera. It's the max cull render distance or something. Oh, did I not push? Oh, here you go. I committed, but I didn't push. All good. But RS camera, go to the camera component, the clipping panes. That's basically objects that are closer than this are going to get excluded. So if something is like in the camera's face, it'll get excluded. Ooh, I wonder if we can actually use that in town. But if something is more than 300 units away, it'll also get excluded. See, like this tree is more than 300, so we don't see it here. I think that's fine. And then like as you get closer, it's rendering in everything at that distance. So it has a much smaller radius of what it's keeping in the computer memory. And then like as you get to town, I kind of like this framing of you don't see the tree loading in really, unless you're like specifically looking for it. And you probably only notice it when you're actually in town. Now let's actually just go into town. Yeah, I don't know why we face away. That's something I should figure out, but let's give them a thing. Gate's gonna open. You like the sky grass? Me too. I love me some good sky grass. So in town, yeah, that looks pretty weird to be like, why is that up there and not be able to see the tree? You gotta actually like go way far over, I guess. So we definitely don't want this render distance. We could either go up or down. If we go down to like 400, we start seeing the tree from anywhere in town. That's probably where we would want. Could do like 450 even, but I wonder also if we probably do want you to be able to see the tree in town, because it's a good indicator for the player to like go explore, like leave town and see what's out there instead of just being in town all the time. So 450 lets us see the whole tree from the furthest point away in town, and it looks pretty good actually. But I want to test on Tutorial Road, make sure it doesn't look good when we're loading it in out there, I guess. Makes me think of a floating island location that has special resources like skygrass. You know what? We might end up just putting that in right now. I love me some floating islands in the sky. So let's run back here. Let's see what the tree looks like when we load it in. Would it be reasonable to just have the tree render at any distance? Yeah, that's probably what we want to do. The like thing that you should do at that point, and this is what like, what's the Dark Souls, they have the big tree, Palworld has the big tree, Valheim has the big tree. What they do, instead of like rendering in the tree, which you can see from anywhere on the map, they just have a flat 2D picture of the tree. And I mean, this kind of looks kind of cool. When you're like this distance away or even further. What they do is they show that 2D picture of the tree. It's called a level of detail. You set up multiple level of details for the tree. We haven't set that up yet, but that's what we should do. If I click this. Oh, I bet the capsule collider is why we have weird interactions on the tree. Wonder how big that is. Let's take a quick look. Maybe not. But yeah, we have a LOD group, but it doesn't have any actual levels. So normally this bar like updates automatically as you look at it. And you can define different like thresholds of when the camera is this far away. These are very weirdly ratioed. When the camera is like this far away, show the tree, but further than that, it'll be like a 2D image is how you want to do that. And then like further than that, you would cull it out. But I wonder what happens. I mean, I guess we don't really have the image, so I don't need to set it up right now. But yes, that's what we should do. So what was I doing here? We're facing away from the NPC each time. Or not each time. Okay, well at least, so we queued up a whole bunch of like canned responses. Let's see if they all add to the NPC window. They did. Okay, so that's not what we want. Let's look at this code. So when we start this, canned responses get set on generate and show canned responses for player, which happens once whenever they're talking, but also happens, I assume, when we open the window. Yeah, after the window is shown. Oh, we already have clear and progress coroutines. I just added that up here, huh? So clearly doesn't work. Okay, so when we open the window, we start this. Maybe we just clear it out here. That's probably the pattern we want to get into. Of like, if there already is one, then stop it before we start a new one, because we're going to override it anyway, and then it'll be impossible to stop. So let's try that. Don't know if that'll hot reload in, so we'll exit out. We'll come back in. And that'll give us another sight of what the tree looks like as well. So no changes applied. Recompile. Oh, code, man. The level of detail on the tree is called LODs, which makes sense. I was reading something the other day trying to figure out how some code worked, and they referred to LOBs, and I was like, what the heck does that stand for? Because it's something, can't remember what it was for, but the OB stood for object. They just added an extra word instead of calling it an LO. It was like a level object or something. They called it an LOB, but I was so used to LOD. I was like, what the heck does that B stand for? All right, let's try this again. Let's see how this tutorial road looks as we run in. Let's go talk to the man. Let's get a bunch of canned responses queued up. Oh, right. We have that missing character now, too. I wonder if that's from pulling on Git, because I noticed Tony had that on a Mac. Might be we lost, like, some rich text or something. This grass is also, the shader on it is so bad. Why does it flicker like that? You know what? Let's look at this tree. Let's talk to the guy. Tree's not here yet. Oh, right, because, let's go back. I updated the render distance to 450 while we were playing, so when we stopped playing, it reset. So, 450 is what we're shooting for. We can kind of see the tree. It's skygrass right now. It's kind of fine. It's not the greatest. We probably should have the 2D image, but we'll see. Maybe let's just add a note real quick. Billboard LOD for big tree. All right, this guy. All right, so if I now talk, we probably queued up a bunch of generate canned responses. Hopefully we don't get a bunch of them. It should be clearing out the old one before we set the new one now. Dang. Okay. I wonder if when we generate canned responses, are we storing them somewhere that we also need to be clearing? Current canned responses. Yeah. So I guess if some complete, they'll be shown in the next window. So actually, I wonder, let's give this guy a weapon. Let's go see if we can break things in town. Because it seems like, unless we're clearing current canned responses on window open, which it doesn't look like we are, we should be able to talk to someone, get some current canned responses queued and saved up, and then close the window before they're displayed, and they'll probably show up for somebody else, which would be a big issue. So there, close this. It's running in the background, I guess, unless maybe that actually canceled it. Let's talk to this person real fast, see if it mentions anything from like the blacksmith. Is that camera really, what's going on? Is there an obstacle? No. Ooh, that's rough. We definitely don't want that. What? Earthquake? What's going on here? Are we doing a camera shake? No, we are not. The camera is just shaking. We also never get canned responses. What did I break? So if there was a canned response coroutine already, we stop it. Then we start a new one. Okay, Brand's talking to us now. I think these are the canned responses for him. These are the canned responses for our chef. Recipe, special dish. So why didn't we show them for her? Okay, those are his. Sure. We talked to her. What the heck? This is a summary of the previous conversation, I guess. Oh, you know what? Okay. Something went wrong. probably sign in off screen. Never mind, it's still active. Strange. We probably want some reset or retry code on that. But I wonder why things are the way that they are. It does seem like, though, if I click this guy a bunch of times, we aren't going to get a bunch of canned responses. We just get the one. This character is fixed again. I don't know why it was broken before. I don't know why she's not giving us canned responses. And why her summary is so broken. Huh. Okay. Let's talk to someone else. One other thing we should do. When we interact with an NPC, let's also stop any current movement on the NPC. Let's say nav agent dot what is the thing? Is that how we do it? RS player controller. Agent dot. I feel like it's like a clear path or something. We could set destination to like wherever they are now, but it would have to do a little bit of pathfinding. It's a hack, but could work. I feel like there's a nav mesh agent clear current destination. Reset path. That looked like what we wanted. Clears the current path. Yeah, let's just do that. Nav agent reset path. Cool. So he was already walking to here when we talked to him. So this will at least make him stop when we talk to him. Gordon Ramsay showing up to stream. Awful. Canned responses. Canned? We're an idiot sandwich. Alright, I want to try once more. We click to him, and then I want to close it out before we see the canned responses. And then we go to someone else, see if his canned responses show from both people. Nope. Okay. So I think that's fine. Let's go ahead and, before we forget, let's go set our render distance back to 450. And then Tony has a bug for us to look at. So let's look at that. Camera 450. That'll do for now. It's a nice sweet spot between seeing the tree from everywhere in town and not having it look really weird when we're coming on in. And let's see what we got here. Where even is my Discord window? Let's see. Oh, you know what, Tony? I told you to copy this to make a different character. That will not actually work. because there's a bunch of like services and things that point at that object. Let's see what we got. Player database. You'll need to update like a bunch of references because it's different objects. These all point at these specific objects. So when you make copies, they're still pointing to that ones. So yeah, you'll just want to move it. And what I will do, so in our player controller, let me add a little, some helper functions so we can move the player and we can reset them back to a common position. And then we won't have to mess with the merge conflicts. So let's do this. Let's go. You can go ahead and start moving him now. Actually, let me if it's all right, I'll check this in real fast. But let's do this. So we have context menu, set starting player position, and that'll just be let's see, static vector 3 starting position equals some value. We will set that to, where'd we go? To our current position. And then we'll also have a context menu of loads default starting player position. So that'll reset us to whatever this is set to. So I think that should work if I go to the player now. You know what? I should put this on a different script. Let's move the normal one. Okay, so pull it before I move it. Yeah. Let me code this in. I'll check it in, and then you can pull it. We would just want to, let's do this. So resettable position. Nice script name. So we take that. Let's take what we just grabbed. Put these over here. Resettable position. Public vector 3 starting position is equal to blah blah blah. Let's take that out of the player. So now this guy, the player controller system itself, which is what we use to position the player and the camera because they're in relation to each other, we should be able to just set a default here, and then you can move them around all you want, and then there'll be an option to reload. So if I right click resettable position and set starting player position, now it's hard coded into this position, so I can move them around anywhere I want, like this. And then whenever I'm like ready to reset him back to where the player actually starts and like build and check it in and all that, you'll just go to the system resettable position, right click, load default starting player position, and it'll bring him back here. And then it'll have the exact same values, so there won't be merge conflicts. It'll let you like revert effectively without needing to control Z. So let me check all that in real fast. All right, that should work for you if you pull. That'll be a lot nicer than like just moving it yourself and then trying to revert the file in case you have like other stuff that you did in the scene. You won't have to dig through like, is this a change on the player or is this a change I actually did? How do I reset the initial position? So now the correct position is hard coded in here. You should see these values. And then once you've moved it around and done whatever you want to do, just go to this system player controller, right click on the resettable position script, and select load default starting player position. And it'll put him back wherever this starting position, which is hard coded in, says. Cool. Easy peas. So that should let you move him around and also reset. Let's see. I would love to fix this stupid shader thing on the grass and trees. Like, this feels so bad. I just don't understand how shaders work in general. But you know what? We have at least a few more minutes. We might as well figure out how things work. Nice editor script. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there's so many nice, like, ways to extend Unity like that. I'm going to build us out some more tools. Once we're not in, like, scramble for the demo mode, it'd be nice to go back and organize some stuff and build us better tools to interact with things versus the jank that we're doing now. That's how Tony does it. How do I do it? You do the same. You get hired by our studio, and then you move the character around all you want, and, you know, undo that in the same way. Easy peasy. Would recommend. All right, let's look at this stupid grass shader. I know that I'm not going to be able to fix it, but shader graph plants shader. I think that's the same shader on trees. Shader graph, leave shader light. Okay, it's two different shaders, both with the same problem, which makes me wonder if it's actually the shader issue or something else. But the shader is just an asset. I mean, both shaders are just an asset that I downloaded, so I don't know what the dealio is with them. But we'll take a look. Edit this, I guess. So it looks like this, which is wild. Math and math accessories. So this is all to compute like a texture or something. I said that jokingly, but thinking of it, it may be wise to have some sort of option the player can use to return to default position. You are correct. We have had too many people just jump off the edge of the world. Luckily, you can respawn. What the heck? We will detach. I'll show that. I'll go jump off the edge of the world and reset, just to make sure it actually works. We actually have you can press escape to pause the game. Here, show some keyboard inputs if you need. We have an unstuck player button, which fires a raycast up from your player to find any ground above you, teleports you back to the ground. But if it can't find any ground, it'll teleport you here, back into town in a little prayer area, which is probably where you'll respawn when you die. Does this work? Curse this apple, please. Oh, we need to lock input on that. It does work, huh? Doesn't generate the image. It's a very old workstation. I forgot we actually had it in the game. So we could take a look at that. That might be better than trying to figure out this stupid shader. Huh. I'm surprised that actually works. Make this herring evil. We probably want, like, loading things. Oh. It kind of works, apparently. Let's throw this in a try catch at least. So we can catch issues with the serialization and at least just undo it or say like your prayer failed, I guess. That's how it works, right? So if it serializes correctly, then we'll do all this stuff. Otherwise, we just show a little error and that's fine. Clear our in progress thing. Sure. All right. Let's see. You know what? I think let's end this by looking at the shader graph and being very confused and then deciding, yeah, I don't know how this works. And then maybe we will raid somebody. I haven't looked at my viewer count in a while, but yeah, we got enough people to raid someone. But I don't even know like what this is computing, but I'm pretty sure it is something. It's something. Fragment, like, so I guess it's updating these properties on the grass texture. So base color, smoothness, emission, ambient occlusion, specular color, etc. And all those are calculated from all this madness over here by taking in like the current color, multiplying it with whatever the RGBA of the texture of the base color is, etc. It probably is supposed to look really cool. Wild blue being inserted in at some point. There's some like positioning, which I think is for like moving in the wind, but I don't think that actually works. But yeah, I don't understand any of this, so let's find somebody to raid. Let's go take a look. We like finding people that are doing Unity with not a lot of viewers. Let's see what we got. Oh, I don't want my sound coming through. Alright, I guess, yeah, I don't even know. Is there people I follow that are streaming? Day 9, Saints Row, Plasmophobia. We'll poke through. I'm not going to spend too long because, you know, it doesn't really matter that much. Let's do Unity, or actually, let's go low to high. Find somebody doing Unity with maybe their camera on who hasn't been streaming for 5 hours. How's this guy looking? An hour and a half in, looks perfect. Ooh, he's working on AWS stuff. I've been doing AWS stuff for the last couple days. I'm not sure I want to put you guys through that. Alright. How's this guy? No camera. We'll find someone. But yeah, it's been real nice hanging out with you guys. Hope you've had a good time too. Just been jamming to some Skyrim lo-fi. Let's see who we got here. If anybody has any recommendations as well, feel free to hit me up. This guy has his camera on. He is writing code. It's not Unity. It looks like not sure what engine it is, but some sort of Java. Let's give him a hello. His name is Rain Hacker. I guess I do want to hear him say something so we know he speaks English, but Rain Hacker. I mean, he is writing English code, sure. It's been great to hang out with you guys. Hopefully by this time next week, either Steam will have approved the demo or we're going to just host it ourselves. So thanks for hanging out with me. Sorry about the delay. There's lots of fun stuff on the horizon. So I hope to play it with all of you soon, including you, Kieran. go to bed, go to the bathroom, and I'll see you guys next week.